Hello survivors and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 5, but there is a bit of a difference here. Today is grand final day. Yes, you heard that right. It's a grand finals for the MCPS Majors Season 5, which means we are down to our finalists. My name is Natalie. I'm going to be your host for today, and of course joining me are two very familiar faces if you have been following the league. I have AJ and Husky. Gentlemen, I'm going to start with AJ. How are you doing today? I know you're both really excited.
Excited? Yep, that's the obvious one, but I'm super nervous, right? Because for the first time in such a long time at the MCP Majors, we've got just 6 rounds that will decide exactly who the champion is going to be. We don't even know exactly what map the final map is going to be on, so everything's in the mix. Every single match, this leaderboard could change, and by the end of Game 5, we might not even know exactly who's going to be champion. So it's going to be a crazy day, Danny.
Exactly. And Husky, I want to hear your thoughts for today. How are you kind of feeling going into this final day?
Well, AJ took a lot of the words out of my mouth, but I think one thing that makes it very exciting is that there's a chance we have a repeat major champions in the first time in Free Fire competitive history. And this gives me the Free Fire World Series vibe from Bangkok, right? Where we only have 1 day to find the champions and we have lesser rounds. We had, I believe, 8 rounds on the world stage, but we only have 6 rounds for major. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, 6 rounds, 1 day. You know, I think a lot of people are also getting used to the whole 2-day grand final business, but that's not going to happen today. It's going to be this final day. Essentially, we could say you can't afford to mess up in any of the games today, because if it sets you, 1 game I think is enough to set anybody back if you're trying to claim the main prize for today. Now, if anyone's wondering what we're going to be playing for, we will show you this on the screen a bit later on, but I think the most important thing, gentlemen, are the 2 spots to the Free Fire Sea Invitational. This is only going to go towards the top 2 teams for today, and unfortunately that's only 2. We've got so many teams competing. Speaking of competing teams, here are our finalists for the Free Fire MCPS Majors. We have Expand, AB Radicals, Farang, Sem9, Illustrados, Twagos. Good job, me. That was amazing. JPT NC, Geek Slate, Quick Reactions, Todak, Udo Axis, TFC Esports, and Tactical Intex. These are our finalists competing. It's 1 day to go, and I think at this point, would you say it doesn't really matter where you were on that previous leaderboard?
Yeah, absolutely. I think your performance in the group stage is a good indicator of your power level, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be the team that comes up as the champions in the grand finals, right? The teams have more than a week to prepare for this moment, so it is basically a clean slate again.
I have to agree with that, right? And you also have teams like Toda who usually have this knack of performing really well on the grand finals, and they don't really put in all of their effort during the league stage. So you cannot expect anything at all. You cannot make any predictions. If we do make predictions, there's a high chance we are all going to be disappointed here, Daniel.
Yeah. There are some statistics that we can sort of work off of going into today, right? Like tendencies, things that teams normally do, but we are going to go on and talk about that a little bit later on. But what we are going to talk about now are the prizes. So we're going to take a look at the prize pool, just so you guys know what these teams are playing for on top of the top 2 slots to the Free Fire Sea Invitational. So first place today is going to take home $18,000 US. Now, if you don't get first place, second place is still sitting on a hefty prize of $9,000 US, but let's be real, folks, you want the 18K.
Oh yes, $18,000 US. You can do a lot of things with that money, and also you get the direct slot to the Free Fire SA Invitationals. And there are teams from different regions who have already locked in their slots. We were able to get a glimpse of that. I think by the last week of the group stage, teams from Vietnam have already qualified for the Invitational. So I would say for MCPS, we actually are a bit fortunate because we get to see beforehand who our opponents will be on that regional stage. But right now, the biggest task is still to get to that regional stage by getting top 2.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you bring up, Husky, because when I was looking at the Sea Invitationals, I think we are now down to about 3 more regions looking to get their finalists in. So yeah, the competition is more or less locked in for the Sea Invitationals, but you know, sometimes maybe it's better to come last. I think, again, as you said, It means that you see everybody. You're going to be able to watch all their VODs. You know what you're going up against. But then again, everyone is going to be able to see each other's VODs because that doesn't happen until next month, right? The teams, they have I think half a month to prepare. Sorry, it's a month because it's mid-May where this is actually going to be happening. So these teams, they got to focus on today, because that's the most important thing. You can't think of the Sea Invitationals until you are actually there. So folks, top 2, the prize pool, it's great and all, but you really want to make it to the finals. Now we do have the tournament format. It's the standard competitive format here for Free Fire. 12 points for the team that gets the booyah for the round, and then 9 points for second place. And as you can go down, you'll be getting less and less points up until the bottom 2, where if you unfortunately are the 11th or 12th team for the round, you're going to take home no points at all. Of course, we still have the kill points as well. Every kill is going to equate to a single point, so you can offset and improve your leaderboard ranking if you finish in the middle of the pack and even at the bottom. But again, you've got to guarantee those kills. Now, gentlemen, I kind of want to ask you for this season, I'll start with AJ, how has the situation been for kills? Has it been very top heavy, or have all the teams been very aggressive?
It has been extremely top-heavy. Teams like Expand as well as AV Radicals, they really know how to pop all of their opponents out there on the battlefield. And just when you thought that Sem 9 wasn't going to be much of a issue out there in terms of battle power based on what Season 4 looked like, they proved us totally wrong, right? They came back in here and they showed us that their mechanical skills have been sharpened. Farang looks like they are doing absolutely aggressive as well. Ilustrados Juegos representing the Philippines extremely well. But apart from that, everybody else, are pretty close together. But yeah, super top heavy this time.
Super top heavy. So I guess going into today, can we really rely on placement points? Because we have heard in the past some teams saying that, okay, in team interviews, for example, they like to focus on placement because if you're in top 3, top 5 in a round, you generally are going to get kills along the way. But what do you feel about that mindset?
I think for placement points, it's important as always. When you look at the group stage statistics, right, out of the 12 teams that qualify for the finals, only 4 teams have broken the 300-point mark. Yeah. And those 4 teams are miles ahead of the teams from 5th to 12th placing onwards. When you look at the kill points, AV Radicals has the highest 190 eliminations in total and 167 placement points. And then you compare it to the teams in 5th to 12th place, there's also a huge gap between that.
Yeah, totally can see that happening. Now we are going to look at some players that we kind of need to keep an eye on. They're the stars of the show, they're the MVPs of the day, and as you can see on the screen, we're going to start off with Ramiel here from AV Radicals. This guy does so much for the team. He's so far run 38,000 damage for the team. He has a total kill count of 57, and he has a 59% average hit rate, which is insane. 1 in 2 shots are going to hit you. But AJ, can you sort of give us the rundown on why Ramiel is as good as he is? What really makes him stand out from the competition?
What makes him stand out is this kid, emphasis on kid. He's a young child, 17 years old, prodigy, and he's already conquering with the highest number of kills and damage as well as accuracy. Like you said, he is absolutely ripping it out there on the battlefield, right? One of the most accurate players out there, not the most accurate, but surely one you do not want to meet out there on the battlefield on the open grounds. Ramiel's usually the guy that knocks you down instantaneously. And the fact that you cannot defend against him out there in the open grounds, because not only is he super accurate, not only does he manage to get a huge number of kills for himself, he is also the player that holds the record for the most number of glue walls taken down. Out there, that's the only defense you have there.
Well, technically, that's not really a defense anymore, is it? If he's able to break through glue walls, then you need the indestructible walls. You need real walls. And that's not always going to be the case. We are going to have a look at our next MVP for the day, and I do believe it's going to be on the side of Sem 9. We're going to look at Fikri here. Now, Husky, give us the rundown. Who's Fikri? Why is this guy so good?
If you look online, you might not find all the info about Fikri, but just to give you guys a historical lesson, this guy played in the first major 2 years ago under the team Secret Movement, and that was a very, very ancient name. If you look 2 years afterwards, we're in season 5, started with Secret Movement, didn't have the best finisher, and afterwards he didn't even qualify for the second major, but then he came in for the first Challenger Series that we ever had under the banner of Geek Fam, and he got finished 4th place, attended the 3rd major under GeekFam as well, got 5th, and the Challenger Series Season 2 afterwards, he won his very first trophy under the banner of GeekFam. And that was his last name with GeekFam. He went to Samnime afterwards, and it hasn't been looking great, but this is a good chance for him to get that redemption arc going, because he finished 11th in the 4th major, 12th in the 3rd party tournament, the Snapdragon Pro Series. So if he can somehow finish strong in the 5th major, I think this would be the best Cinderella run he's ever had as a player.
Yeah, I mean, to see that this guy has been so resilient, you would think that as someone that's competed and you qualified for a tournament, to finish in last place, in 12th place, for example, for some people, that'd be so demotivating. You're in a competitive setting with the best players and you finish in 12th. Some players would just quit esports altogether, but to see him rise and say, I'm going to continue, I'm going to keep training, I'm going to keep getting better, this is the reason why Fikri has had this success. He's put the hard work in, the blood, sweat, tears. And I'm hoping, for me at least, to see him show this. Maybe he's going to be an influence for some of the new upcomers, because we are still getting new talent in Free Fire, AJ. I think you're very aware of the scene with all this new blood coming in. Fikri being a amazing influence for these players. I mean, I hope to continue to see him play, because having people like him, he's a relic. I would hate to see him go.
Nah, he's not going anywhere, not for the time being. Yeah, he's going to be dominating for a long, long time. And I truly do agree with you, right? The fact that he is like the light that shines the way for the rest of the players to pick up that mobile phone and really prove themselves out there on the battlefield, Danny.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at X-Ray. He is going to be our final MVP for the day. He's on the side of Expand, and if you have been following the scene, you know Expand. Expand is the team that's currently leading the charge in kills, in points, and X-Ray, he is a component to that. AJ, give us a rundown. X-Ray, what's the deal with this guy?
I mean, this guy is the damage monster from the side of Expand, and what makes Expand really amazing is the fact that they don't have to depend on only X-Roy, but he is the catalyst that makes all of their gunfights so capable. He is the rusher of the team. He usually just rushes on in there, opens up the gunfights, and he's very childish when it comes to the communication with the team. He's also very funny. If you ever sit down and you have a conversation with him, you'll know exactly what I mean. But when it comes to the skills in Free Fire, this guy is pretty much the god of Free Fire in Malaysia, right? He has got amazing battle sense. And the fact of the matter is, it's not that he has got just that game sense to go along and gives that instructions to the rest of his team members. That's why he's the rusher. He gets in there, he gets awesome number of kills, 53 kills so far. You can see exactly what this for the team, right? And of course, 57% on-shot target. He doesn't really need to stand in one place, and he doesn't need his opponents to stand in one place. You can do whatever you want. You can run, you can hide. He's still gonna find you. He's still gonna claim all of those elimination points for Expand.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, Husky, I just want to actually ask you a question, right? Because X-Ray, his stats were a little bit lower than the previous two stats. But is this maybe a testament to just Expand's playstyle? Because this team doesn't rely on one guy to do the damage. It's like the entire team carries each other.
Yeah, I think he's just a player that complements well with the rest of Expand. That's what makes them so consistent on most of the maps that they play on, honestly.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, not just gentlemen, because everyone plays Free Fire. Here is the tournament schedule for today. So if you have been following the league, it's going to be very familiar. We're going to start off with Bermuda, then onto Purgatory for match number 2, then onto Alpine, then to Nexterra. We'll go back onto Bermuda for game number 5, and then we have match 6, the random map. And up until this point, we don't know what map this is. This map is only going to be drawn when we reach map 6. So I think a lot of the teams, they're going to come into this game with an open mind, but that match number 6, I hope they're all polished on every single map, because once you jump down there, you don't have much time to think of new strategies.
I think it's a very interesting component, right? I believe this is the very first time we had a random map mechanic in a major.
Yes.
And the fact that there is a high chance that for the last round of a major finals, coming down to just a bad RNG, giving you a map that you're not good on, and that costs you your placements or even the qualifications to the SEA Invitationals. I think there's a lot of things at stake, and these players really need to be at their best, because Battle Royale in general already has a lot of factors that could, switch things up, and the map being one of it will be the biggest challenge.
Yeah, and AJ, I know in the past you're always harping on about, I hope these teams have practiced on these maps. I hope they just, I love the idea you brought up a while ago, where having the team just go onto a map by themselves, just explore the map, discover every nook and cranny, and to have to understand all these maps, it must be such hard work for these guys when they're scrimming, because it's not just, we're going to go in there, we're going to knock people out. You have to make sure that you're also playing efficiently. Like, how do they do this even?
I mean, that's the basics, right? By now, I expect them to have already sorted out dropping into the map and kind of like exploring every single nook and cranny of it. But you get into the league, you really have to also figure out exactly where the other teams are dropping. So hot drops are an absolute no-no, and some of the teams still haven't caught on to this. So that's going to be potentially an issue here today.
Absolutely. Now, we're not going to look at issues anymore. We're going to look at some amazing things. Now, if you didn't know already, we have a watch party and bazaar happening tonight. It's going to be at the SCI Hub Space Rubik's. It's going to be from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if you're interested in maybe hanging out with Husky and AJ, I suspect you're going to be there as well.
We will be there right after we crown the champions. We would show up, which means that today I will not be making any predictions. I'm just going to be, because I don't want to catch any flack when I show up in the flesh at the venue.
Oh my goodness.
Good idea, Husky. Good idea. But I'm definitely going to be there a little bit later on. I mean, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. today is going to be a day for Free Fire, right, for Malaysians. Whoever who can join that, because I mean, it's one thing to watch it from the comfort of your own home on your screens. It's a totally different thing to go there and watch the whole grand finals with all of the other Free Fire enthusiasts.
Yeah, exactly. And AJ, I remember saying this to you. If you want to make more friends in Free Fire, and maybe if you get inspired to try competitive Free Fire yourself, I think events like this are one of the best places to start, because you're going to run into other Free Fire players, and maybe you can form a team. I still think one of the most amazing storylines to ever come out of it would be a team forming and having success, and their origins coming from that watch party.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together, right? And where do you find these people to go together with? It is at this watch party, because it's just you building a relationship with not just, a couple of extra players, but with the brands, with the organizations out there. For all you know, if you've got the dream of becoming a pro player one day, you might want to start getting to know all of those people who are in charge of picking these pro players for their teams. I'm pretty sure a lot of them will be that day as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to take this opportunity to just say hi to one of our friends who is handling the watch party. I think Alvi is going to be there. Yeah. So we'll see you in a few hours.
Hopefully they're watching the stream. So yes, make sure you're there. We are getting ready to jump into our first map, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, it's going to be Bermuda. It's going to be the debut map for the grand final day. And I think it's safe to say everybody is going to be comfortable with Bermuda. So all the stops are coming out, all the shots. If you've been saving strats, it's time to pull it out. But I think we do have to start talking about the teams. Who are we sort of looking out for on Bermuda? Who are going to be the big threats? Who could be the underdogs? I do have a couple stats I have pulled up here for some of the teams, right? So as of now, the team that's pulled off the most booyahs on Bermuda has been Expand with 4 booyahs. NC is actually really close behind them with 3 booyahs themselves. Now, I pulled off averages for their placements for these games. On average, Expand will finish in 3.8th place. Ignore the decimals, but you kind of know what I'm going here. NC, on the other hand, is pulling off an average of 5. But you know who's actually a team that's really close to Expand's percentage? Ilustrados Juegos. These guys are sitting on 4.2. So these are going to be some teams you want to look out for Bermuda. Are there any other teams that you think also generally do well, but maybe were pulled down by a unfortunate placement from one game? Because I know these calculations can be off sometimes.
It's not that the calculations are off at all. It really shows exactly what these teams are capable of, right? But before going to some of the other teams, let's touch a little bit on about NC a little bit first, because just to the point that you guys brought up a little bit earlier on, today placement points might not matter all that too much. And as far as NC is concerned, yes, they did manage to bag all of those booyahs, but if you really compare their performance overall in Bermuda, they're not even the top half of best performing teams here, right? They are very proficient as to getting into that final circle, picking up all of these placement points, but they only have 26 eliminations on Bermuda. It's miserable in comparison to Expand, who have had, yes, a couple of extra booyahs, but 81 total eliminations, right? I mean, that's like night and day. That's worlds apart. And, you know, a team like NC, they really have to focus on not just getting in there, but also bringing a lot of that firepower to the table, because with just 6 rounds left in here, number one, you can't guarantee you're going to get into that final circle. And number two, you really need that extra buffering from all of those skill points. But if there's one team that I'm really looking forward to seeing if or not they can bring on that firepower, is Sem9. Because this is the team that just blew up in the final week.
Exactly. I think it's a good point to mention, because momentum going into these finals are going to be huge. Going back onto NC, Husky, I want to ask your opinion for NC, right? Very successful team on this map. What do you feel like is the biggest downfall for them in terms of not getting the kills? Is the team just too passive? Are they mostly just focusing on placement points? Are they just not looking for the kills?
I think the answer to both questions are yes. They are very focused on placement points. They are ranked 5th. Out of the 12 teams in the finals in terms of placement points by the end of the group stage, but they are ranked 8th in terms of elimination points. And it's a big gap. It's a 42-point difference in placements and eliminations. They've been losing a lot of these gunfights. Every time they go into a hot drop situation, they lose most of it. That's something I want to see them improve.
All right, well, we are going to jump into our first game in 15 seconds. I'm going to pass it over to our amazing casters, AJ and Husky. Gentlemen, take it away for our debut game for the grand final.
Thank you very much, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 3 more seconds to the kickoff of the grand finals. We start things off at the classic Bermuda, and I am not expecting any hot drops whatsoever, Husky. But what do you think? Are we going to be graced with a couple of them?
I personally think it might happen. We saw some teams really going at it towards the end of the group stage. You know, Sem9, Expand, and AV Radicals. These are the 3 names that would make us sound like a broken record, because they've been performing so much. But they are also the 3 teams that have been actively interacting with one another, regardless of what match that we play on. But for Bermuda, I expect it to be more of a passive opening, with each of these teams having specific areas that they conquer. You can see Sem9 taking Bimasakti Strip, Peak always controlled by Expand, and Clock Tower always controlled by Geek Slate.
And JPTNC dropping by, I believe they want to go towards Cape Town, but they just could not get there because of the flight path. And therefore, they dropped hot on in towards the team of Expand at Peak. This is not starting off great at all for JPTNC. Too Fast has got a great gun for that CQC. The MAC-10 in hand. Going up against the UAP. Asta circles around from the right-hand side. Tags up Too Fast. Turns around. Time Turner pulled out. And Nafis out of nowhere backs him up as well. And just when he thought it was JPTNC to get punished, it is them who takes that very first knockdown as well as elimination point on Expand.
Yeah, JPT having numbers in their advantage, but just settling for that 1 kill. I love this approach, right? We talk about this team focusing a lot on their placement points and generally losing early 4v4s. This time, they just settle for 1 and they get away. And these kind of small maneuvers is not just great for a team like JPT NC, but it also cripples a team like Expand, right? It cripples the best squad out there, because now you need to find a revival point or a vending machine. You take a longer time to stock back up, and it has this cascading effect. And especially when you only have 6 rounds to determine the champion, these kind of disadvantage, they add up even quicker.
They do add up a little quicker. And Too Fast just unfortunately living up to his name, getting out of the lobby a little too quickly as well. Let's hope they bring him back in fastest as quickly as he went out. TFC going up against Team Toda. Kizo's position, not really my favorite. Apix has got his eye on him for sure, waiting for a little bit of backup, but he's the only one who's up front, trying to see exactly where the team of TFC wants to circle around to. Toda doesn't really have a lot of loot on them just yet, so no ambush is possible at the very moment. So they'll have to hang back at Mars Electric and continue this looting process. And if, of course, Apix does get taken out of the equation, there is that revival platform at Mars Electric for Toda to take advantage of.
Yeah, TFC used the Seekers, but they didn't follow up, so it's a bit peculiar that they decided to use utilities in that manner. Normally, you want to be able to follow up with your Seekers because your target gets crippled and you have a good chance of taking them down. Either way, the fact that no one went down is good news for both TFC and Toda. Can't say the same for Quick Reactions though. They are looking straight for tactical intact. UAV already sent out as well, I believe by Quick Reactions themselves. You can see Nice Siren in the front line taking a couple of pot shots ready to start it off. Both Phoenix and Decos scatter into the wind, but Decos is in a heap of problems right out in the open.
Nice Irene's just doing everything all on his own, right? Tagging up both the players at the very same time, but he's got some suppressive fires being shot towards him as well, and Tactical Index will be able to get out of the fire, but maybe, just maybe, they might get stuck in the hot hands of Sem9 as well as they try to rotate around past Plantation. Apex down already, so that Seeker sent out earlier on, they do finally capitalize. But to what end? Toda still at Mars Electric. They can use that revival platform, but it seems like they are going to go the vending machine route a little bit later on. They're taking a little bit too long of a time here, and TFC is going to catch up with them.
And I think this is what we will see this very often for the rest of the day because you only have one day to find who is the champions, right? Teams would generally play a bit safer early on. You don't really want to take unnecessary risks because there's just very, very little margins for error. And TFC, as one of the teams that went from not qualifying to the finals to qualifying in the very last week, it's understandable why they settled for that one elimination. I think it's completely fine. You don't have much time to rectify major mistakes anyway, so you settle for what you can, and I think these little increments would be beneficial in the long run.
I mean, it's good on them because they understand where they stand, right? Because overall on Bermuda, TFC is not really the best performing team. I mean, out of the 12 teams, they are ranked about 10th in terms of their performance at this map. So it's good to hold back. Hopefully they can find their way into that final circle. But let's take a look at Expand's average stats here. Average 6.23 eliminations, average damage 3,348. It's nothing much to scream about, but it is more than enough to get you to dominate this map as the leaders.
Yeah, which is crazy, right? For a team like Expand, you will look for slightly higher numbers, but this is a team that when you look at the stats, they look average compared to most teams, but they are efficient numbers. It's something that a lot of teams struggle to achieve. And in this case, Too Fast brought back by his teammates. You have the Glue Wall Buster, so Jemba has no chance of surviving that encounter. Backup coming through very, very efficiently from the rest of Expand, and they get rid of Jemba from the get-go. Two more members of Farang in that bunker, but they know that this is not a time for them to fight. They just have to find a way to extract the members.
Partnership by Too Fast as well as Axel. Too Fast is keeping them a little distracted. Axel with the left-hand side flank, that was just perfect to take Jembal out of the equation. Now Expand's players are circling around as well. They want to corner the players of Farang. In the meantime, it's going to be TFC going up against Geek Slate. Geek Slate, one player down and out of the equation already. Yasta up onto the second floor, has to get out of here. Adam just stuck in a tight little corner. Loopy finds Sandrain as well. Yasta turns up and takes down Jump 99. It is a 3v2 situation, and it does not look great for Geek Slate.
Yeah, TFC, they split up the members of Geek Slate and they were able to get these isolated pickoffs. Hazik, the third member to get ambushed. TFC playing so well in the first round of the grand finals. And can you believe it, Geek Slate, the first team to get knocked out in such a crucial finals. And the team that gets too soon is a team like Geek Slate.
I'm not extremely surprised with the performance of Geek Slate, but TFC, this is something I really like seeing. I mean, you want to start the very first day off, on fire, and this is the kind of fire you expect out of a team that has been struggling in the competition to truly find their dominating stance, right? So TFC, let's see exactly what they can bring out. I mean, we talked about how they are 10th out of 12 teams on Bermuda, but if you look at the overall leaderboard, they are 11 out of 12, right? So they need this kind of confidence.
And they barely scraped by, right? It took them a monumentous effort to make it into top 12. And even then, there were a lot of doubts. How is TFC going to stand up to the rest of the Titans? I think you can put them beside Tactical Index to a certain extent. But if you want true underdogs, I think TFC is one of it. And of course, the two Filipino teams just taking each other out. The Shanks with Nice Siren in his crosshair. That's going to be the first elimination for Ilustrado Huigos.
Ilustrados Juegos is just that one team that I'm actually quite surprised to see out there on the battlefield. It seems like they don't have a proper game plan. Even a confirmed drop spot for Bermuda, you cannot find it on them. week after week, match after match. Every time they head on into this map, they keep switching things up, and they're trying to find exactly where their home ground is going to be. But, that was just way too short of a time to figure out within the tournament in itself. I think I'm not so sure if or not the team has a coach, but if the team does have a coach, I think they need an analyst as well.
Yeah, I think you also have to look at this team and Ilustrado Juegos and kind of be reminded every now and then that there is a bit of that SAF DNA in them, right?
Yeah.
It's a mixture of Bloody Hit and Supreme Assault Forces members. And what SAF is good at is these very standard gameplay, but they play very cleanly, right? They don't have any fancy maneuvers, they don't have any extreme firepower, but they just play the standard game of Free Fire very, very well. Solid performance overall. So far, I think they have been able to keep quick reactions pinned down.
McRory, triggered discipline, waiting for Kwachi to make a mistake. Kwachi knows exactly what to expect. Every time he just pops his head out, he spots him right there at the corner. McRory's not going to take a shot. Kwachi's not going to take a shot, but Kwachi's running out of time. So is McRory, of course. He's just slightly closer towards the edge of the next circle. JPTNC, full squad as Asta gets brought right back in. But they have to face off against Axis a little bit in the next few seconds. They are on the top of the hill here, but the circle will have to move in the next minute or so. So they need to look for a couple of defensive positions. They cannot get to Kota Tua unless they deal with Axis first.
Yeah, Yudu Axis so far is just holding this very, very, I would call it kind of the unorthodox angle, right? Normally, you would be playing in Kota Tua within those buildings, but Yudu Axis taking a very aggressive stance. Ilustrado Juegos switching targets right now from quick reactions to Farang, who so far I feel like has been struggling to recover. And Aleph, I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Fura will just look for him. The Screw Wall will buy a bit of time, but the rest of Ilustrado Juegos are going to slowly crash into this area. Both teams have been playing in the blue zone for the longest of times, and Aleph is going to meet his maker right here. In fact, even taking out McRory in the process. He needs to look for finisher though, but he just can't do it.
I mean, I guess he was alive long enough for the rest of his team members to come right back in, continue looting up, and potentially bringing him right back into the matchup in a little bit as well. We've got Fires as well as Jembal back in, all thanks to Spade. So that distraction gameplay by Aleph was the lifeline for Farang, we can say. So well played for Farang. They are still hanging on by a thread though. Spade did make use of that revival platform outside of Bhima Sakti strip, but now as he tries to rotate in, he needs to face off against Ilustrados as well. This is going to be quite a bit of a challenge for him unless he can get his hands on a vehicle and rotate long way around into this next circle.
Good opportunity for Toda, completely catching Yudu Axis, making this rotation with the vehicles, and this is an inevitable fight for Yudu Axis. They will have to cut through Toda. This circle itself is pretty brutal in how it positioned itself on this first round, but Todak so far have been able to pin down Yudu Axis. Obviously, Affix is going to split up from the rest of his team just to play that anchor role, and suddenly they decide that they are getting assaulted from behind. It's Adam from TFC that is doing a lot of heavy damage onto Todak, and now YAE have a chance.
I mean, TFC has just been quite the scary team to deal with from the very start of this matchup. And I like this, right? This was the team that kind of woke up in week 3. We saw them bounce right back up, saving themselves from relegation from the bottom 6. But that was mainly on the second last day. On the final day, we didn't see TFC show up all that too much, but it doesn't matter. As long as they geared up for this grand finals, that's all we want to see. Quick reactions, taking on Sem9 now. Skip Toby, trying to take down all of those glue walls one after the other, but they just refuse to get brought down by his shots. Quick reaction circling on out, but Sem9 are already a long way away. They have managed to sneak away, and Tactical Intex out in the 11th spot as well. Sem9 taking this defensive spot on the second floor, and Victory hits that beautiful headshot. Nice Irene gets taken out, and this is Sem9 fighting back.
And they did lose Raja, so there is still a 3 versus 3. Kwachi obviously trying to be in the front line. Mikaja does it with the 2 main grenade launcher, and that is quick work for quick reaction. Sem9 getting 5 under the belt.
And Sem9, they now need to sort out Ilustrados as well. They do have the grenade launcher in their hands as well. Fura, the Shanks, final one in. Bye-bye, Ilustrados. It looks like this is just gonna be... No! Fura revived himself. He stands right back up. Lifeline coming through from Ilustrados. But that does not last long at all. Their brothers, AV Radicals from afar, snuff them out. And now this is gonna be a contention of 2 titans. AV Radicals as well as Sem9. That fight just around the corner. JPDNC on the other hand, stuck in a very tight corner and it will be due to access that they sort out before they look for the next circle, but not before getting through Toda.
Yeah, they have to deal with Todak right now, and they're in a horrible position right underneath the bridge. Spark just picks his head out and gets it blown right off. Todak losing members. It seems like they are calling for the immediate retreat. Felt like they made a bad decision, not fully committing to this fight at JPTNC. They are just tossing grenades and utilities. Ace with the second. Todak getting absolutely blasted underneath the bridge. This is not a fight that they intended to take, it seems like. And JPTNC should be able to clean up the remnants of the Swordfish. Todak out in 6th place, and JPTNC with the best performance on Bermuda that we've seen in a long time.
Talk a little bit about the underdogs just rising up to the occasion in this grand finals, but we still do have 3 titans. Expand, Sem9, AB Radicals taking on TFC as well as JPTNC. Things have gotten super exciting. Underdogs versus titans, and AB Radicals starts things off against Sem9 first. Noki out of the equation. X-Roy chipping in as well. Expand as well as AB Radicals both aiming for the heads of Sem9. They know if they allow Sem9 to start rolling early on, they will be uncontrollable by the end of this grand finals.
If you want to go for the champion, if you want to go for the trophy, you got to be able to handle the heat, and Sem9 just caught in a very, very rough spot. Too fast, not giving the space at all. Both teams forced to run downhill into the circle, but Sem9 has set up a campfire, so that's going to keep them topped up. And look at this, instantly Sem9 getting rushed at by the members of Expand, and Mikacha just cannot find a way in. He's desperately trying to buy space for Fikri, but Expand making sure that Sem9 will not take a step further before going through them.
Too Fast has to be really careful, but the misplaced glue wall just gives him a little bit of space, but Mikasa sprays him down. It's a 1v2. Too Fast. He had to just slow the pace down just a tad bit, but he rushed into that and got severely punished. 3 more players on the side of Expand. They do have that early rotation in towards that circle as compared to Sem9. On the other side is going to be AB Radicals cleaning up house. TFC meeting them one after the other. They do put Ramiel down. Ramiel's not going to get saved by the looks of things as Kaito gets taken down as well. TFC Esports, though, could not get the deed done as Barba finally wakes up.
And Sem9 also goes down as well. Look at the top 3 teams, AJ. We have 2 of the Titans, Expand and AB Radicals, but JPTNC, definitely the outlier in this group, and they are facing the wrath of Expand. Asta goes down, no one to revive him right now. Expand also not looking too healthy, but they realize that they have 2 teams that they need to deal with at once, and I think JPTNC would be the better target, but AB Radicals, they're not giving them any space. Dynamo just walks on forward, and now Cobra forced to hold the fort. You have that glue wall melted thrown in by Ramiel as well from behind. AB Radicals wants to end this as fast as possible. It's a 3 versus 3 in this front, and Cobra is trying his best to hang on.
Life-saving glue walls expanded by Expand out there in this battle against AB Radicals. Namo goes down. Cobra strikes. AC-80 perfection. But JPTNC trying to chip on in from the far point as well. Barba finds Cobra. Perfect reaction. AB Radicals player. The kill stolen away by JPTNC. But expands AB Radicals. And it looks like there's just one more player for them to go in and sort out. But the phenomenal focus here is to make sure they have got the game of numbers. Kaito circles around. X-Roy down on the ground. Will he put him out of the equation? He doesn't eliminate him. Finally turns around to do exactly that. Cobra has not healed himself out. Axel now start the whole of JPTNC. Expand going for Booyah number 1 though. Kaito, the circle hurts him just a tad bit, and you just need one more shot here. And smart play by Axel to back away from the fight.
It's going to be really hard for Kaito to clutch this. Those glue walls, they're going to get busted down. And right as the glue wall goes down, Cobra just lands a finishing blow. Expand with the opening Booyah for Bermuda in this grand finals. What a fantastic performance from all of the teams, honestly. JPTNC deserves special credit, but this is the start you want to see from a team like Expand, from a team like AB Radicals. Closest it could have gotten, but the final sequence was just perfection from Expand. And this is where I want to circle back to X-Roy, right? We highlighted him at the pre-show. This guy, in terms of competitive experience, he actually has the least compared to Ramiel and Fikri, but he is also the oldest player among the 3. And you can see the decision-making that we discussed about in the pre-show really coming true. Him getting those crucial knockdowns, getting the revive onto Cobra specifically was what allowed Expand to get this Booyah at the end.
Expand initially was the first blood right here, as you see on this recap. Too Fast got taken out of the equation, but it is all about the strategy. It's all about the maneuvering around those circles to get into that final circle and really put on the pressure against some of these other teams. And not just that, right? Hopefully we did manage to get it into the highlights reel as well. The strategy between Cobra and Axel. I mean, usually it's a 1v2 situation. You would expect those two players to rush on in and try to play their luck against that one player. And we've seen situations like that turned on its head one too many times in the past, where this phenomenal 1v2 clutch comes around. And this is something that Expand looks forward to. They give so much of respect to their opponents, and Axel backs away. He wants to play that sniper. He backs up Cobra from afar, and both of them go in for the snuff. Cobra gets the kill. The perfect way to take that very first booyah of the day. And you just love to see the growth of a team like Expand, man. It's just so beautiful to watch.
And when we first saw the combination, right, Expand and Cobra has already shown themselves to be that dynamic duo you see from the team. Yeah. So it's kind of a nostalgic feeling to finally see them pull this off again in such an important round in the grand finals of a major. I'm just happy that Expand got the first booyah to start it off the momentum.
This was that replay, just very smart decision making, not rushing on in there. And the fact that they also managed to snuff out Sem9 with a similar sort of a strategy. Instead of rushing towards the edge of the circle, Danny, they backed away. They just played the defenses first. They knew, I mean, obviously Sem9 has got nowhere else to run. They have to run towards them. And it was just very, very smart decision making.
This game in general, I think, was a really smart one, but also everyone showing so much respect to their teams, right?
Yes.
Because this was probably the most un-Bermuda game I've seen in such a long time, right? Like, the first team to get knocked out, it was Geek Slate. It was an unfortunate fight against TFC, but that was after 5 minutes of passive scouting and looting. After that kill, we had 11 teams until the 12-minute mark. I think this has to be one of the slowest, most respectful games I've seen in a really long time. Because again, it's grand finals. You want to place as high as you can. You want to get as many kills as you can. And the best way to do it is to set yourself up. Make sure you have that looting game. But let's talk about the teams, right? So we saw TFC get a bit of a head start because they actually managed to kill Geek Fam, which Geek Slate were the ones that were the aggressors, weren't they? They were the ones sharking around the compound. TFC were waiting for them to come in. I mean, I want to know what really happened in that fight. Like, why did Geek Slate actually lose that to begin with?
I think Geek Slate just, when TFC was taking them on, I think what TFC did very great was not only sticking together as a team, but they were isolating members of Geek Slate and overwhelming Geek Slate with just pure numbers. And that was the case for the entirety of that sequence. I feel like if these two teams went up against each other 4v4, Geek Slate would win because I think they're more mechanically sound. But in terms of fighting like a 1v3, 1v2, you always would favor the team that has the more members.
Yeah, and then you also have the defender's advantage, right? You've got the compound, you sort of set the scene for the fights unless they can flush you out. But what we can flush out are our viewer milestones. So if you're tuning into the stream, just a heads up, we are rewarding all of our amazing viewers for watching the stream. If we can hit the milestones, you guys are going to get some free goodies as well. So as you can see, we have 3 milestones. We've got 3,000 viewers, 5,000 viewers, and 8,000 viewers. And right now, we have 2,400 concurrent viewers. If we can get 3,000, we're going to be able to unlock that first reward. So guys, if you haven't already, make sure you tell your friends to come watch the stream, your family, anybody that you know that plays Free Fire, get them to come on in. Let's get that 3,000 milestone. Heck, I want to get the 8,000.
Yeah, I want the Pop-Pow pin, you know, with the Pop-Pow side. It's just great. I just want to say Pop-Pow as much as possible. Would it be possible if we don't hit the milestones? But yeah. I think we've been able to break like records every season.
I think so.
This is a season that I think we would break another record, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's totally doable as well. So guys, make sure you're sharing the stream as well. Do what you can. Let's make this a community effort. Let's show Garena that we are here and we stand Free Fire. Now, speaking of Free Fire, we do need to get ready for our next matchup. So, of course, we've got our first booyah of the day, but we still have 5 more that need to happen. And the next map is going to be Purgatory. And speaking of Purgatory, according to my stats, it's still pretty top heavy when it comes to teams that are very good on this map, but I think it's again, it's a situational thing because this map has so far shown to be teams' performances are not fully consistent on Purgatory. We've seen some of them get knocked out rather early. But Husky, I want to ask your thoughts. What do you feel like is the status of Purgatory for these teams?
I think for Purgatory, what we have seen, at least towards the tail end of the group stage, are teams like, I think, Farang, Quick Reaction, Sem9, these three have been very solid on a map like Purgatory, especially Farang, who generally performs better when you give them a lot more space. With the removal of Kalahari from the competitive map pool, Purgatory feels like a very suitable second option for them because it has equally a lot of space to work with, and Farang just prefers to have more time, and that's the map that they actually got multiple booyahs on, and they actually got majority of their points on as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it like super top heavy. You do have a few dominators. I mean, if you look at AB Radicals, Expand, Farang, as well as Geek Slate, they're very equal and they're all equally good on this map. But the one outlier, Quick Reactions, I mean, we don't know where they came from. We don't know how they managed to do what they do out there on the battlefield, but they are the ones who are dominating Purgatory right now with the stats.
That is 100% true. But before we jump into our next game, we're just going to have a quick glance at the stats for our previous matchup, which was on Bermuda. So we had a total of 52 eliminations. We had a 5 kill streak, being the highest streak on the Axel from Expand. 46 headshots, 35,000 damage, only 12 revivals. Because, to be real, guys, this was a really passive game. I'm kind of wondering, is this going to be the trend for the rest of the grand finals? Do you think these teams are just going to play respectfully, or do you think we're going to pick up as we go on?
It's a map issue. It's a map issue because Bermuda is just a little bit too tight. The circle moves on a little bit too quickly, and those revival platforms are just not open as long enough. Purgatory, you can most definitely see the number bump up just a tad bit, but I want to bring the focus over to the 95 glue walls destroyed. Like,
I wonder who did that.
I mean, I know it's been a little hot in Malaysia, but they just won this ice cream.
Yeah, I think the highest record we have was like 100 and close to 120. So this is a very, very high average nonetheless.
Yeah.
But just to echo what Danny was saying, I think we would pick up as we go, especially when you reach the tail end of the finals, where you have teams who are separated by just a very minuscule points. That's where some teams would go for those 50-50 coin flip, right? Those hot drop, just so they could get those early head start to put them in a better position.
Yeah, I think I think that's true. But again, we'll have to let the players do the talking. Now, speaking of players, we're going to look at our MVP for the round, and as you can see, it is the Axel from Expand. He did carry the highest elimination streak in the game, which was 5 eliminations. He dealt 3,100 damage and was on point with 43% of the time. I mean, I think the stats speak for themselves here. They just did such a fantastic job in that game. Considering that as well, right? Expand were the ones that had to worry about being hit on 2 angles. It was them against AB Radicals and NC.
I think Axel has always been one of the front runners for the side of Expand. But once again, what makes him capable of picking up all of those skills is the team of Expand. I mean, let's bring the highlight back to the very first engagement where we saw Axel take the first elimination of the game. It was the distraction by Too Fast, and then he flanked around from that left-hand side. The damage was already done by Too Fast. Axel just is the guy that finishes things off, you know, with the long-range snipe. So it's very much based on partnership, but, you know, good on them that they are able to keep this momentum up, right? Look at that, 9 eliminations total. They were monstrous in this round. 7,300 damage for 9 kills is actually very, very efficient of a match, Danny.
I mean, if you think about it, the Axel did half the team's damage alone. So I think the stats speak for themselves here. But this team does take home 9 points from the kills alone, meaning their match points end up being 21. And I think this is such a fantastic start for this team. I think a lot of people are looking at Expand thinking, very, very likely to take the crown home at the end of the day. And to start off like this is going to make people feel at ease. But of course, we still have 5 more games, Husky. Do you, like, out of all the teams, like, I know people are looking at Expand being repeat champions, but, like, is there another team that is maybe on the same level as Expand, but maybe getting a second crown?
So repeat champions, I think AB Radicals is more fitting of that title, right? Because they won the last major. Expand, I would say they are the uncrowned kings because they lost the last major just off of one final round. The AB Radicals had a breakout performance and Expand has always been, you always feel like Expand has been living in the shadows of AB Radical, even though statistically Expand has better performances when it mattered the most. So winning this major would basically crown them as the kings who deserve that throne in a long time coming. This is a start that I love because I am very worried how Expand is going to kick off the grand finals, and I'm just very glad that the first round was a booyah for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see if their performance is going to continue, because the stats say Bermuda was their best map, and we're going to get another one at least, maybe two, if the random ends up being Bermuda. So great start for this team. But JPT NC taking home 19 points after that round, meaning they got 11 kills. Guys, we were talking about this earlier. This team doesn't really grab kills, but they went all out in that game. Have we maybe underestimated this team for grand finals?
No, we haven't. I think you hit the nail right on the head to highlight JPT-NC, Danny. So good on you. And remember, we talked about this. We talked about how they always get into that final circle. They are very proficient in picking up placement points, but they have to get aggressive from the start in order to remain at the top. And it looks like they are listening. And even if they were not listening, they knew that this was exactly what the answer is going to be for the grand finals. And this shows the hard work that they have put in even before getting out there onto the battlefield. And you love to see that. And you would think that that's an obvious thing to do for teams at this high of a level. But no, sometimes ego gets to you. Sometimes you think that you're just too hella good to do any bit of study or practice off of the battlefield, but not JPT-NC. They've been focused on finding out exactly what can get them to the top, and they've been working on it really, really hard. Because if you look statistically speaking, JPT-NC picks up an average of about 6 kills on Bermuda, which is really nothing compared to what they did out there on this very first match. This is close to double of that.
I think the craziest part for JPT-NC is that the last week of the group stage was a big wake-up call for them, right? Because they've been performing admirably well. They got 6 booyahs leading up to that point. And for the last week of the group stage, it was a complete no-show from JPT-NC. They were barely getting kills, they were barely getting placements, they were losing every single maneuver that they decided to execute. And maybe across this 1 week plus, they had a discussion, they woke up in the grand finals, and this is the JPT-NC that I think a lot of people miss after seeing how they perform in that group stage.
Well, let's see if it can continue for this team, because I think a lot of people are going to be very hopeful for NC and maybe taking the top 2 spot, right? Because it's not just that top spot that they're aiming for, that not just the $18,000, but also the spot to the free Fire Sea Invitationals. I mean, all of us are excited to see the teams compete at a international level, a regional level. So, you know, I think there are a lot of teams that are currently qualified playing this grand finals right now. It's just going to come down to who plays the best and earns that spot, because it's not just, oh, you guys look good, you can play. It's show us that you look good, and then you can play. So we've got 5 more games of that to go. I'm really, really excited to see what's going to happen in this next matchup, because I think a lot of teams, after that first game and seeing how things went, there's going to be a lot of time to talk now. You know, you have to start thinking, right, what's going to happen with the drop points? Are we going to go somewhere where we're comfortable with? Are we maybe going to go outside the comfort zone? Maybe pull off the whole changing drop points compared to where you normally would and throw people off, because the data is there, right? There's 3 weekends of data that people have on you, and they're going to realize that, okay, a potentially easy team for us is going to drop here. Why don't we hot drop them? Because we've seen this happen at so many grand finals. It's risky, but some teams are very good at preying on potentially weaker teams.
It has happened a few times, even in the group stage as well. I think Semnai, Expand, they, for some reason, always seem to be able to hunt down AB Radicals. And the result so far has been Semnai at the top in most of these encounters. But I think these kind of strats probably is something that JPT-NC would avoid. When you look at this team, right, they have the similar story build-up as Expand, a team that stuck together for a long, long time and just growing with the same roster. This was the same roster from the 4th major, but the last major, they didn't even make it to the finals. They finished 16th in the group stage, and they finished, I believe, 7th in the group stage for this major and made it into the finals and started off in 2nd after the first round. So it's already a very huge improvement for a roster that people just kind of wrote off after 1 season.
When it comes to the drop spots, I only have a problem with two teams in the competition right now. Ilustrados Juegos, who are very indecisive as to where they want to take a proper drop spot, as well as TFC, no set drop spots that they really aim for all the time, which I hope and pray they have managed to sort out before getting into the grand finals. But, just to shine a little bit of light on the whole AV Radical Sem9 fiasco that we saw in week 3, it was because prior to getting into week 3, they had, I think, like a friendly scrim outside of the competition. And what happened was AV Radicals managed to get a hold of Sem9, and after eliminating them, proceeded to shoot their loot boxes. So it was all-out retaliation from Sem9 to prove that, hey, you want to shoot us down after you've already eliminated us? Let us show you aggression, right? So they were hunting them down time and time again. I was hoping and praying that does not happen for the grand finals. And I love the fact that Sem9 respected AV Radicals and let them take their own drop spot, and they kind of separated off, because I think, yeah, you can have those ego fights during the league stage just to prove a point, but at the grand finals, it's just way too risky. And AV Radicals were not super serious in week 3 as well, because they knew of the position they held on to at the grand finals, so you can't take chances like that, guys.
Yeah, I think you definitely can't do it going into the first game. Yeah. Maybe we start seeing those shenanigans going from, I think, game 4, game 5. That seems like a very realistic. I'm hoping, because I love seeing those hot drops, get the early action. But it also really changes up the game as well, right? Because you imagine these two Titans starting a big fight early on, and one of them just gets eliminated. That opens the door for a lot of other teams that are not involved in the fight, because they no longer have to deal with, for example, AV Radicals or Sem9. Those are big teams that are very good at eliminating any other competitors that they run into going into those final circles. But speaking of, we are going to jump into Purgatory right now. It's going to be 15 seconds before we jump into this game. So, gentlemen, AJ, Husky, take it away for game number 2. Who's taking this booyah?
Thank you very much, Danny. Yes, we have 5 more rounds before we find out who the champion is, and I feel like time is just moving way too fast. But when we look at Purgatory, AJ, it is a map that is considered the largest right now in the competitive pool, and it is a map that I expect to be a bit slower as well, because of the amount of space that we have to cover. But at the same time, I also want to see how teams like Expand, AV Radicals, and even JPT-NC, who got off to a good start, maintain that momentum, especially Expand, which is prone to having inconsistent moments. And when it mattered the most, I think Expand has went through these scenarios multiple times where they just miss out by a fraction of a second, a fraction of a point in these important times. And that's something that I wish and I hope that they have corrected coming into this finals.
I think they have definitely corrected it. I think strategic-wise, they have managed to show a lot of improvement, and you clearly see that through the decision-making coming through in all of those engagements. I love to see exactly how they back away from certain situations, but there's also a lot of ego play involved in some of their battles sometimes. And I think, obviously not taking a shot at them, right? And I think Too Fast should have just kind of held back, not once, but twice in game number 1. I think both of the situations, he rushed in a little bit too fast, just like his name is, and he got capped for those situations, for those decisions that were being made. I mean, yes, he could rush on in, but I don't think there's a need to rush on in when you can depend on slightly better rushes within your ranks as well, right? I mean, you could have left it to X-Roy, you could have told Cobra to go and hunt them down, because Too Fast, I've always seen him as one of the best supports. And, there's no disgrace in being a support at all, because how many times have we seen Too Fast save the skin of Expand by being the final survivor, always capable of bringing them right back, always capable of holding the grounds while the team is being revived. He is that sort of a player. So you have to play to your strengths, and I'm hoping to see that happen in the next few matches for him.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that. I think, some ego is something that Expand is a part of Expand, right? Sometimes you look at their identity and you're like, this is the Expand that we know. Absolutely. But Expand is one of those that really shows that flair when you don't want him to do so. But JPT-NC, honestly, this is another great start. They are hunting down the members of Quick Reaction. They got 2 from the very beginning. Quick Reaction was able to get the revive. But if you think of it from a statistical standpoint, this already has topped the second best performance that we've seen from a team like JPT-NC. They've already gotten 4 points, effectively wiping out Quick Reactions if you don't count in the revives that they have. And for JPT-NC to do it in the grand finals, it is the big morale boost.
I love this version of JPT-NC. This is the version that we were getting on week 1 as well as week 2, where we saw them really rise up throughout the whole ranks as a whole. And then week 3 was the slump of JPT, right? But let's just assume that that slump was a intentional slump where they were trying out a couple of new rotations, where they were trying out a couple of new fancy stuff, which clearly did not go well at all, right? And this is just them in their perfected version, where they're taking the best of week 1 and 2, and they're taking all of the lessons of week 3 and bringing it into the grand finals. And clearly, it's very, very efficient out there. But AB Radicals, a team that is trying to show a lot of respect to the other squads, is just stuck in an unfortunate predicament now. Out in the open grounds, just beside of the river, they've got Tactical Intex towards their right, and I believe they've got Geek Slate towards their left. This is not the best position you want to be in if you're looking for that number 1 spot.
Especially when there is actually a revival point that they are not aware of. And that's going to make things even harder. They might be forced to cut through Tactical Intex. In this case, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. You have Dekos who is alone on scouting duty, and maybe that's something that AV Radicals can take advantage of, right? Because they are no strangers to having a bad start. Tactical Intex have already basically evacuated this area. They are going to reposition on the high ground, so Dekos should be an easy prey for the boys at AV Radicals.
Smart play by Barba. Just slows down his footsteps, make sure he's not going to get detected at all. Deco steps on out. Kaito sorts him out instantaneously. Barba brings Namo right back into the equation, gets a little bit of extra money for the team at the very same time. Ramiel needs to be brought right back in, but they need to earn the coins to be able to buy his soul right back through. Tactical Intex, after losing that one player who they now regret leaving behind, will be able to just swiftly bring him right back through, because at Quarry you do have that vending machine. So let's see exactly what the play of Tactical Intex is going to be. I mean, so far it's just been a play of revivals.
Yeah, they had to use a lot of resources as well, right? Getting 2 revivals already. So it will take them a while to get enough for a third. And speaking about AB Radicals, something that I think is very, very impressive, for Ramiel is not only his age as one of the youngest players that we have in the league, but also his accolades across the years. He started in season 1 under VPH Velocity, and that was like his debut where they got 10th place. But afterwards, you see this trend of him just getting better and better placement as the year passes by. Second major, he got 5th place with PXG Radicals, and the third major wasn't a part of it, but the 4th major, he comes right back and wins it. So for someone at his age, I think this is definitely one of the few Filipino superstars that you really have to keep an eye out for. Barbar is going to bring him back into the round.
I'm just so very proud of teams like AB Radicals, Ilustrados Juegos, it being the guiding light, right? Inspiring all of the other Filipinos to pick up that mobile phone, jump on into Free Fire, because the scene in the Philippines is not as big as we want it to be. And these are the guys who are inspiring the rest to show that as long as you can put your heart and soul into it, you can walk away with a lot of pride for your flag, as well as a pretty fat pocket. I mean, look at the achievement of AB Radicals at the world stage, man. It's the first ever victory for them within MCPS in season 4, and then they went on to the world stage and they did very decently there as well. And you convert all of those winnings over to pesos. These boys are rich.
They do. I think they walked away with almost $20,000 right? Combined major, and they are finished in the World Series, which is very, very impressive for a team. And again, right, they were the ones that I wouldn't say spearhead, but they were definitely the first representative to finally show that you can win a major when the odds are all stacked against you. We've always regarded their region as kind of like a second tier, just because when you look in the finals, even in this setting, out of the 12 teams, 3 of them are Filipinos. Back in the days, these teams always get bullied by the MY teams, but right now it's completely different. You have a team that won a major, that went onto the world stage and finished 9th place. And for a first-time appearance with little to no, guidance and coaching experience, it is incredibly impressive.
Okay, let's clarify. Second tier only in terms of participation, because we have very few Filipino teams joining in. But the quality of the teams, even though few in numbers, is very, very, comparable to all of the titans of Malaysia as well. I mean, the fact that AV Radicals was sitting down in that #1 spot for the longest of time in the league until Expand sneaked it away towards the very end, that kind of just proves that whole concept, right? And Ilustrados being able to kind of hang with the best as well really does manage to prove the exact same point. But JPT&C, let's talk about this Malaysian team once again as they continue ripping through team after team. And this time, it's going to be Ilustrados. Napis just needed one more shot to chip in through the air. He's still going for it. But no, Ilustrados are long off and away. They're not going to be waiting by to get shot down by the squad.
And Ilustrados Juegos, in an attempt to escape from JPT&C, now runs into their compadres again from the Philippines. This happened on Bermuda, and they will have to fend off against Quick Reactions once more. Just not a good day for these guys. But Quick Reactions, they actually don't have much resources to work with because they were spending a lot of them reviving the teammates. They might have to, just stack Nice Siren at this point, and he's going to take on McRory. The ice grenade does get thrown now, flushing Nice Siren right into the open. Quick Reactions decide that this is a fight that they're going to take. McRory brought down low. The blue zone is going to start racking up that damage in these low health members. Quick Reaction having control of a revival point. McRory getting knocked down by the blue zone. Bad news for Ilustrados Juegos.
And of course, the kill is taken by Nice Siren. Very smart play by Quick Reactions. Ilustrados will continue to peel away. And this all started because JPT&C just put on that pressure on them. Ilustrados had to run away as quickly as possible. Landed in the most unfortunate of situations. Could not recover. Circle ate them up. And then, of course, forced them to really run away, tails tucked between their legs. But this revival platform should reset their progress within the match. And I mean that in a very literal way because they've got to go through that whole looting process all over again once those two players are right back in. And we don't know how safe they're going to be outside of the circle as they try to get back into the safe zone later.
And that's honestly not too bad, right? You look at the amount of teams we have, we still have all 12 teams. This is 9 minutes in. Just like what we predicted, this is kind of the byproduct of only having one day of grand finals and only having 6 rounds to find out who's the champion. Teams are generally going to play a lot more conservative overall. You have, outliers like JPT&C who is hunting everyone down. And I think it's a good thing, right? They're using that passiveness to their advantage. They're using these situations to deduce that teams generally are going to play a bit slower, so they should pump up the pace. Kind of barely avoiding getting scouted out. And JPT&C continuing this onslaught. And they are going to run into McRory again.
McRory does not want to run away. He drives away and quickly roars in his Ferrari. But in the meantime, JPT&C getting caught outside of the circle. And Team Expand stops by to say hello. JPT&C is going to be truly tested out here right now. Out in the open lands, it's going to be Team Expand. Axel on for the aims already, trying to take out the sniper on the other side. And he does manage to hit that ace shot onto Ace himself. And it's just 3 more players on for the onslaught. Xroy very low on HP. Still manages to win his gunfight. Needs to recover. Xroy out of nowhere. Circles on out as well. JPT&C. This might just be the end for the squad. 1 more player to knock down and out of the equation. Xroy taken out by Asta. Asta still circles around, but Xroy says enough is enough and takes him out of the equation. This is just the perfect run of aggression that we want to see out of a team like Expand. But unfortunate for JPT&C, who were having a good match.
Did you... I don't know if we'll see in the highlights, AJ, but I just want to say, Xroy, he pushed in, he got the knockdown, instantly swapped to a long-range rifle, and got a snipe from afar. A headshot, just 1 tap. This guy is absolutely insane. And obviously, Axel hitting the pixel shot as well. JPT&C just could not hold off Expand. Kind of an expected result, I think, when you look at the statistics of teams going into a 4v4. I think Expand coming out unscathed is what the benchmark is for that team. But of course, eliminating JPT&C gives Expand room to breathe because JPT&C were hot on their heels on the leaderboard, and now they took out the biggest competitor. They can have a lot more cushion to work with.
Heavy Radicals being pressured by TFC. TFC has got a great compound here, but now Geek Slate trying to chip on in as well, but distracted by the players of Udo Axis. Sandrain manages to go in for a knock, takes Neptune out of the equation instantaneously as well. They've got the next Circle. Circle pressuring TFC. Circle's got to be pressuring AB Radicals in a little bit as well, and Geek Slate will be able to gatekeep all of them. But right behind stands Farah, holding on to a great compound here just above the river, and they're going to be chipping in player after player. As they run on through, they'll have to deal with his gunshots. Once again, Geek Slate claims yet another kill for themselves. Ashura brings back his team member from the side of Udo Axis, and Geek Slate, they do not stop because this is that small little fishing pool that they get to shoot all of these fishes in.
AJ, the Circle is on the bridge. The teams are literally have to fight out in the open right now. You have Expand, Sam9, and Todak coming in from the northern side, and that's where Todak already fighting, engaging in the battle as well. Illustrator's Fuegos coming to go for pickup. Maybe if they snuck up Todak, they are going to have a better chance in surviving the final Circle. Chill does go down, and Furia finds himself basically caught between two members of Todak and a glue wall. It's going to be kind of a long standoff. Todak completely trapped in this building. The clusters, it's going to be enough. Shank does go down, but Todak still needs to look for the finisher, and Spark comes right in from the corner, finding Shank. Systematically taking care of Illustrator's Fuegos. Furo also goes down. Illustrator's Fuegos are no more.
Yeah, you gotta love those grenade tosses, man. I don't know how Illustrators did not see that coming. No time turner pulled out. They just got bagged. Farang, Toda circles on around, and Toda Spark just barricades himself in, just buying himself a precious few seconds. But you know how this is gonna end. Farang now gonna try to wait for them to come on out through, but Expand from up top. Mother Nature saving Expand's lives. Spade shooting through those trees, through those leaves, hoping to get a little lucky. Cobra flies on in, and Alif grosses him down onto the ground, and the little sneaky snake is gonna get taken out of the equation. From the other side of the hill, X-Roy has already gotten that lower ground already. They just need to flick on out and get those shots, but Sem9 chips on in as well from the bridge. Expand just cannot seem to catch a break. X-Roy pushes on through, manages to get a knock, backs away. Farang now, only 2 men left.
Yeah, Expand still has a chance. Sem9 is taking full advantage of this situation, but if Expand can somehow make it out of this alive, then there's still a good chance for them to make it to top 3. Farang using the glue wall and also the supply crate to gain a bit more resources. Now finally makes it into the trailer. And Todak, who would have thought that them hiding there would actually be the biggest wins right now? Meanwhile, Tactical Intact takes on Geek Slate, both trading 1-for-1. Todak gets wiped off the face of the earth. Geek Slate has 2 members left, down to 1. Tactical Intact doing a fantastic job as Deco sweeps around the corner. Sandray in a 1v2, tries to clutch it out for his teammates, but Tactical Intact basically have been cornered in this glue wall. Tactical Intact will take care of Geek Slate.
Chayala, this shout out goes out to the one and only Haji Yard, this legend of a manager for the Sem9 squad. The tactical repositioning of Sem9 has just been so clean all throughout the competition, moving into week 3, especially this grand finals. Look at that, man. Just understanding the map so well, understanding the circle as well as all of its momentum so well. Onto the bridge now. It's going to be Fikri just holding on to this high angle, try to take out those players one after the other. But this is Sem9 with the booyah just at their fingertips. They just need to make sure they sort out a couple of more players. Tactical Index has got the 2 on the other side of the bridge. Right behind them stands Expand. Expand playing the troll though, because they are under the bridge. They need to get up on top.
And I think X-Roy just needs to pray that an opportunity presents himself, right? Because at this point of time, I think that it is a given that Sem9 is going to get the booyah. It's just them cleaning up these kills. X-Roy trying to survive for as long as possible. Noki is just trying to snuff him out. X-Roy still under the bridge. Noki gets rid of Phoenix. And X-Roy now knows that his time is numbered. Probably he's going to try to surrender himself to the blue, but Raja finds him. Sem9 getting a very, very easy booyah in this game too. The race is still on, AJ.
The race is most definitely still on. Phenomenal play by Sem9. Once again, shout out to Haji Yard, because yes, these players are getting the deed done, but without a guy like Haji Yard in the background, just formulating all of these strategies for them, I believe it would not be possible for Sem9 to play the game at this level. We've seen this team out there on the battlefield before. We've seen the flurry of mistakes made by this team before, but strategically speaking, they are close to being perfect already. After week 3, into the grand finals, decision-making supremacy out of Hajia. That's the guy. I know that butt anywhere.
Sem9, I mean,
don't see the face. He just walked away. But that's Hajiyat.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy it has been a rough season for him, right? At least when they first enter season 4, but when you look back at the history, I believe they finished like 11th in season 4 and a lot of people looked at Sem9 and they thought to themselves, what is going on, right? They acquired one of the strongest rosters at that time, and they finished almost at the bottom of the barrel. But there's a high chance that by the end of today, we're gonna cut 1-1 out of their last placement and make it just a champion finish. And so far, I think the top, the pack leaders are still in the lead. You have Expand, you have Sem9, AB Radical's also not doing too bad, just like the group stage.
And we now once again get also an extra bit of reassurance for the audience as to why we shine that spotlight onto Xroy. We did mention that it is the whole squad of Expand that makes them amazing, but Xroy just plays the game strategically in a manner where he always gives that opportunity to the rest of his team members. And this time it was that opportunity to pick up the placement points, even though they were at risk of being taken out in the 4th or the 5th spot earlier on. The guy, purely with the game of survival, just has got that map awareness to circle on around, stays under the bridge, stays away from all of those gunfights, because he knows he's going up against a full squad up on top of the bridge in the name of Sem9, and he just gets that 2nd spot away for Team Expand, even though they should have not gotten that. That's Xroy for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one of the newest players, I think, in terms of like competitive experience locally when you compare him to a lot of other players. But aside from that, he has grown so much as a leader, right? Maybe not the most aggressive player, but definitely one with the most clutch on his team.
But Danny, your thoughts on Haji, Sem9, as well as some hilarious moments out there on the battlefield?
Look, as soon as I saw that final circle, I just thought, oh my gosh, of course it had to be a free kick water circle. Not completely, because there was a bridge dead center, but I knew it had to have been one of the crazier ones, and I'm so glad we did get a amazing wacky circle for the grand finals. But I think that circle as well, it really showed off the level of the thought process for these teams going into the final circle, right? Because you have to think, okay, there's going to be a bridge, both teams have access to the bridge on both sides. How are we going to approach it, right? Are we going to go on top of the bridge? We saw Decos camping the top. We saw Expand, was it Xroy under the bridge? We had teams going across the bridge. It's like such a delicate, it's such a fine line when you're fighting on something such as that bridge. And I think Sem9, they just really showed how strong of a team they are. Their thought process, they went in slowly. They didn't feel the need to rush in. They were peeking, they were finding those angles, they were getting the appropriate knockdowns. And so I think as someone that watched that, it makes you wonder, what are the teams thinking in those scenarios? Because the game happens so fast. You've got a fraction of a second to make a call. Because once that call is out of your mouth, you can't take that back. Your teams have heard it. It's like... I
know exactly what they were thinking. They were thinking, we should have thought of that. We should have got onto the bridge. But you know, it's not the easiest of decisions to make to get onto that bridge, because you barely have any defenses on there. And yes, you could hide behind the steel structure to a certain degree, but if you're a sniper on the other side with an AWM, you're going to be able to spot the shoulders, you're going to be able to spot the feet. So a lot of things needed to go right for Sem9. So, and they just believed in themselves, right? They went in there for the early rotations. We saw their inventory. They had quite a number of glue walls still to work around with. They positioned themselves in a way where they're not going to get super aggressive, but their snipers are just going to be keeping an eye on all of the battle that was going around. And they were sneaking away kill points, even as those fights were kind of breaking around them. So I think from the very start towards the end of that match, all the way until the Booyah, Sem9 just played that so well.
Absolutely. Now we are going to take a look at the overall stats for this game, and guys, we've got 100 glue walls, so I think this stat's just going to go up and up and up today. But we still have 62 total eliminations, 20 revives. I think this was more of the average I was expecting for that previous game. I think 8 more than our Bermuda map. 6 was the highest eliminations, which was on the side of Fikri from Sem9. 47 total headshots, 36,000 total damage, 12 rescues, and 75 knockdowns. But this game was definitely, I think, a little bit more on the aggressive side compared to Bermuda, right? Like the teams are getting a little comfortable, they're settling into the grand finals, and now there's some tension and pressure for the teams that didn't do so well in that last round, right? Because they're now thinking that, oh wow, we messed up game number 1, we have to pick it up in game number 2, and I think it's just gonna get tougher and tougher, and that fire behind them is gonna get bigger and bigger as we progress through this grand final. Were there any teams that you thought definitely did much better compared to that previous game on Bermuda?
JPTNC overall, Farang as well. Yeah, Farang, how they were able to hold on until the very end. I think Todak also did a decent job in surviving for as long as possible. They had to fend off the Stratos Fuegos, they had to fend off Expand, they had to fend off Farang. So I think these few teams did well. But again, right, Fikri is the player that we highlighted. And him alongside Raja actually had a taste of what it feels like to win a trophy before. And if they win this one, it's going to kind of complete the collection. They've won a local trophy in the Challenger Series. Now it's time for them to aim for a major. And Fikri and Raja are two of the players that are aiming for that.
Yeah, I think the players are definitely hungry to get that trophy. Because after that, you know, what's next? An international trophy. I think that would be such a great stepping stone for Sem9 if they're able to get to that point. But we are still very early in the competition, and I don't think at this point we can really say a team that's guaranteed to take top 2. But what we can say, I think at this point, is that Expand are in a really good position still. Yes, they didn't get the booyah, but they got 2nd place. They were able to get those points as well. I'm not sure if anyone's been counting the points, but what are the chances of Expand just staying in 1st place?
Extremely high.
I think they will still be in 1st place, but obviously you have Sem9 now that is going to be 1 round away from overtaking Expand.
Very likely, because they got 20 points for that round as well. So the team total overall got 8 eliminations, they got 8 assists, and they did 5,000 damage. So nothing too out there, but you can see Sem9, they are really fighting to get at least that top 2, and they're well on their way if they can maintain this, my favorite word, I don't know if I've heard it today yet, the consistency. I think AJ must have used it because that's like your word. Now speaking sorry, go on.
Sem9 has been nothing but consistent from week 3 into the grand finals, and you are right, I was looking for this consistent factor from the side of Sem9, and they've proven to us that they can continue this factor into the grand finals, which is my marker to decide if or not this is going to be one hell of a fun day. And yes, it is most definitely going to be a super fun day, Danny.
I mean, we're already having fun with the first 2 games. Heck, we've got 4 more to go after this. We're not halfway, but we're almost at the halfway mark, gentlemen, because game 3 is going to come up very soon. Before that, though, here are the match standings from the round that just completed. So Sem9 with the booyah take home 20 points for this round. Expand, although in 2nd place, they still take home 18 points because we know this team loves to get kills, and they got 9 that round. Next up, we have Tactical Intex. Now, this was a big turnaround for this team because if I recall correctly, they ended the last round with nothing because they came in last. What was it, 1 point? I remember they definitely came in 11th or 12th. And, yeah, basically. So now they've got 16 points on this leaderboard. For them will be great because it'll push them up towards a higher prize pool. Chances of top 2, quite low. So I think this team is just going to aim to go as high as they can. Another team to redeem themselves, Geek Slate, right? This team was in 12th place last round. So I think we're seeing some really nice redemption arcs for some of these teams. But on the other end of the spectrum, NC, not too happy with their performance this round, and AV Radicals and even Todak. A lot of the big teams just didn't really do well in this round. I mean, what do you feel sort of happened here? Was it early engagements, bad positioning?
I think for AV Radicals, it was just bad luck in terms of rotating out of their initial drop spot. They got caught in a very unfortunate situation between Tactical Intex, who did manage to bag a couple of eliminations on them, and then of course circling on in, they got eliminated too quickly. But that of course is purgatory. I am very sure AV can jump right back up, but I want to see how much further JPTNC can push this. Yes, it was a bad 2nd game, but it was also an unfortunate engagement with Expand that they had to jump on into, and because until that point they were doing very, very well.
Yeah, they did fantastic in that first round. Speaking of rounds, we have the overall standings for the first 2 games of the grand final. So Expand, I think a lot of people expected this, 1st place. They were able to take it in that first game. Yes, they got second in the second game, but they were able to also nab 9 kills in the process. And with those points, it's going to keep them in first place. Sem9 hot on their heels, just 4 points behind. But after that, though, after our top 2 teams, we have a big gap from the remaining teams participating in the finals. NC, AB Radicals, 23 and 22. They have a lot of work to do if they want to make it to that top 2. On the other side of the leaderboard, you know, there's a lot of other teams that are also wanting to get top 2, but things are not looking great, and we only have 4 more games to go. Like going into the next 4 games, it almost feels like Sem9 and Expand actually need to crash and burn to give some of these bottom teams a chance, or the bottom teams have to grow some wings and fly.
I think it's fair to say that at least from the first 2 rounds, you know, you can safely conclude that SM9 and Expand are the 2 consistent teams for now. Both rounds they made it to top 3, right? And both teams got 1 booyah each, and they are only 4 points apart. I hope it doesn't turn out to just be these 2 teams fighting for the trophy towards the very end. Obviously, for teams like AB Radical, they had 1 good round, 1 poor one. Same for Farah, same for JPT and C. But there is still a chance for them to shoot back up in the leaderboard. They just need to be a bit more careful with the circumstances that they put themselves in.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Husky. I think both Expand as well as M9 have been extremely consistent, especially when it comes to the elimination points, which we did shed a lot of light on when we started off the day. And the only thing that kind of makes the difference in terms of match 1 and match 2 was how much they did manage to walk away through the placement points. Expand, of course, getting that first booyah, M9 the second booyah, but they still placed very decently for themselves in both of these matches. And the gap is just getting a little bit bigger because the teams, apart from these 2 that did perform well on game 1, totally crashed and burned in game 2. So they need to bounce right back up, or this gap is just going to get a little bigger and bigger. Yes, of course, teams are going to be expecting for Expand as well as M9 to crash and burn, but it doesn't work like that because these 2 teams have shown us that they do have that fearable C word, right? Consistency. They've brought it in from week 3. They're going to continue on here. If you want them to crash and burn, you got to aim for their heads. And everybody knows their drop spots by now, right? So it's not impossible. But the question is, who dare thinketh that they are capable of doing so?
That's a really good question. Hot drops are incredibly flip-floppy. It's a lottery, right? You're sort of hoping that you're the one that draws the jackpot, but sometimes you just don't win the weapon draws. You get you might find the weapons first, but you're like, wait a minute, this is terrible.
Where my med kit at?
Exactly. Sometimes you don't even get a gun. You know, you go in there, you're like, wait, where is everything? All the guns are gone. You've got like 1 grenade. You're like, well, guys, I think that's it. I may as well use this for myself. We are going to go into Alpine very soon, but I do believe we are going to go for a potential break just to let the teams have a think about this next matchup, because the next game it's going to be on Alpine, and we have statistically there are a lot of teams, or at least on my stats, 3 teams that do incredibly well on Alpine. I'm going to save that for a little bit later on because I don't want to use all my talking points now because I want to talk about it when the game's about to begin. But just
one of the teams that one of the teams that is very comfortable on Alpine is currently one of our front runners, which surprisingly enough, when Alpine first got released into the competitive pool, they were and are the only team that picked it up very quickly and subsequently became the best team on Alpine. So the fact that they mastered Bermuda, which we will play 2 rounds today and a potential 3rd, and with Alpine coming up, there is a good chance we see a very, very big lead by the end of game 3.
I love how Husky decided to bring that.
Assuming you're speaking about Expand.
No. I think I know who Husky is talking about, and I loved how he's just like they, them. It's just like no clues, right? So no one knows. I'm like, wait, who's this guy that Husky's talking about?
Either them or the ones that lost Kalahari.
We'll find. We'll find out who that team is. Oh my gosh, after the break. But I kind of want to talk about the current standings, gentlemen, because I think we do have a very clear-cut picture of what's currently happening, right? It's a massive lead by Sem9 and Expand, and the other teams are going to have to work really hard to catch up. And when I say really hard, I mean you need to earn at least, for the closest teams, you need at least 10 points to catch up, and then you have to throw points on top of that to overtake them, and that's a lot to ask for 1 round.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at the overall schedule as well, just so people are reminded of what happened. If you came late to the stream, never fear, because this is what's currently happened so far for the grand final. We had Expand take home the first booyah of the day on Bermuda, and then we had Sem9 taking home the second booyah on Purgatory, which means the next map, it's going to be Alpine, followed by Next Terra. It's going to be a really exciting one. I think the question here is whether or not it's going to be our front runners to take this booyah, or if we are going to get one of the lower teams on the bracket to get that booyah and to catch up, because the story of the bracket is that right now it's Expand and Sem9 dominating first two. And why we're highlighting the first two or top two for the bracket is that the top two teams for the final will qualify for the next stage, which is the free Fire Sea Invitationals. That's a massive tournament. It's an invitation only, so if you don't get top two, that's basically going to be it for you. Your end runs, you're going to have to wait for the next Free Fire MCPS Major Season 6, because we are now in Season 5. Now, before we go for our break, I want to remind all of you that we have hit not only our first milestone, but our second milestone as well. So thank you so much to everyone that tuned into the stream. We are going to be giving the codes after the stream, I believe. So stay tuned for that. But we still have one more to go.
Oh, yeah.
8,000. If we can get 8,000 people to tune into the stream, we will be able to give away all 3 of the rewards on stream on the screen right now. So if you can, if you have anyone left, your friends, your family, even the people that you just play for fun with on Free Fire, send them the stream. Tell them there are rewards. Let's do this as a community and hit our goals. But thank you to everyone that's tuned into the stream so far. We do appreciate having all of you here, and we hope you're enjoying the grand finals, because we still have 4 more games to go. Guys, I am so impressed with how supportive the community is for the esports scene. It's so great to know that 6,000 people are here cheering for the teams.
This is the fastest, I think, that we have hit 2 milestones at once, right? Previously, it would take us half a day to hit 1 milestone, but it really just shows that even though we didn't get voted the best mobile esports games last year, we still are the best overall, and it's the community celebrating this moment together with all of us.
Absolutely. AJ is just speechless. He's like, yeah, I know this team's good. This team's supportive. I love the positivity from you two. But we are going to go for a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. So if you need to do anything, if you've got some errands to do, you know, if you can do it in 5 minutes, make sure you are back though, because in 5 minutes we're going to jump into game number 3 for the grand final. It's going to be on Alpine. Can anybody unthrone, Expand, and Sem9? We're only going to find out after this break. We'll see you soon, but make sure you don't go anywhere. We want to see all of your wonderful faces after this break. Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 5. We are about to jump into game number 3 for today, and so far the story for the leaderboard is we are now riding the Expand and Sem9 Express, and the question is, are we actually going to get lost with these two teams, or is someone going to get into the passenger seat and say, nah guys, it's time for us to take you on a completely different ride? AJ, Husky, I know you two are very excited for this upcoming matchup, and we kind of alluded to a couple of teams that we needed to look out for, right? Statistically, there are some teams that do really well on this map, and especially for Alpine, I'm gonna name drop a couple teams here. These teams do very well. So according to my statistics, I know Husky's ready to say it, Farang is the team that tends to place the highest on Alpine with a score, an average score of 2.4. That is incredibly high to have on one particular map. Close on their heels though is AV Radicals, who's sitting on a 2.7 score, and then in third place is actually Sem9 with 3.8. So what are our thoughts? Are these really the three teams that we should be watching out for when we go into Alpine? No,
actually no. Where's Expand? That's the best team on Alpine. Come on, Danny.
Actually, no. So I pulled up the averages for Expand. Their average is actually 4. So statistically speaking, they are the 4th best team.
Which is
on average.
Which is crazy, right? Because the Farang, like Expand not being in top 3 of the average stats, but overall in the bigger picture, they actually are one of the best teams on Alpine, and this is where I think is something that has been haunting Expand for a long time, which is sometimes you put them on their best map, but it's also the map that they are least consistent on. But when they have a good time on Alpine, they basically just rack up the most points and no one could stop them. And I think that's what affects the numbers. But I do agree, seeing Farang there, I do agree that Sem9 has been also putting up a lot of great performances. AV Radicals is the team that I want to see more out of on Alpine.
Yeah. All right, so here's the giveaway code for today. Thank you so much to everybody that has so far contributed to our viewership goals. We are now trying to aim for 8,000 viewers. We've already hit 6,000, so if we can hit 8, we're going to get all 3 of our goals, and we will be able to pass out the final code that will give you all of our goodies. So again, thank you to everyone that's come into the stream so far. If you haven't already, share the stream with your friends. Even if you want to, just share it on Facebook so that everyone you know might pop in, because if they're interested, they'll stick around. That's going to be another pair of eyes, and that's also another person to contribute to our 8,000 viewer goal. But again, thank you so much for contributing to the viewership goals, folks. We do appreciate having all of you here as well, and we also hope that you're enjoying the games, because we have had some really fire matches at the grand finals, and we're not even halfway. After this game though, it will be the halfway mark.
I think AJ will agree with this. When
wait. The code changed, guys. Okay, so you gotta screenshot this code. This is the second giveaway.
Yep. So there's gonna be 3 codes altogether, but this is the second code. We haven't unlocked the 3rd code. Yes. Thank you, AJ. So screenshot the code, and if you want to be generous, if you are in the chat on any of the streaming platforms, paste it in chat. Share it with everybody. This is not a first come, first serve code. This is a code for everybody, and this includes people. Let's say your friends can't watch the stream, they can still claim this code as long as they claim it before the end of the stream, because I do believe these codes will expire when the show ends. So claim it ASAP, share it around. Be kind. Let's try and be a supportive community. All right, sorry, Husky, go on now.
Oh yeah, I just want to say that I think you guys would agree with this, right? This 3rd map is actually the most important map right now at this current state of the finals, because if Expand or Sem9 gets another good map, then there's a very good chance we will have this lead that is very hard to close. But if these 2 teams don't perform well on Alpine, then I think the playing field is still going to be wide open for everyone else.
Totally agree. Yes.
There's a high probability that Sem9 and Expand does manage to get into the final circle, but someone else takes the booyah, and I'm hoping for that someone else to be one of 2 teams. Because yes, you were very correct when you said Farang's one of the forerunners of Alpine, and I think after sacrificing Kalahari in the competitive rotation, they had to pick another best map. But instead of just picking one, they do extremely well on both Alpine as well as Purgatory, right? It's just that, they could have done better in the previous map. It didn't happen, so they have to bet everything on Alpine. If it does not go the way of Farang in Alpine, I think the team is gonna I mean, there's just two ways it could go, right? It can really hurt them and they're going to crash out for the rest of the competition in this grand finals, or it's going to light that fire out of nowhere and the final 3 games, Farang just explodes on the battlefield. The latter seems to be a little bit more difficult to do, so I'm hoping for Farang to appear. But now, in second place, the second best team on Alpine is actually JPTNC. And they're not too far away from the #1 spot. So I'm actually hoping to see JPTNC really ramp it up for this next match as well, guys.
Yeah, they have picked up 2 booyahs on the map, but the only thing that sort of kept their score down was they did have 1 bad game. So if that bad game didn't happen, I absolutely think they would have actually made it to top 3 averages. Again, averages, in case anyone's wondering, like, you know, why is there bias? It's not bias. The numbers don't lie, okay? So you got to listen to the numbers. Speaking of numbers, though, game number 3, we are about to jump onto Alpine. Before I jump on out here, gentlemen, hot drops. Is it going to start happening now? Because I think some teams are starting to feel desperate.
Forest Red. I'm looking out for that because that is Expan's favorite drop spot, but sometimes teams do challenge them at that area.
All right, thank you so much for that, Husky. I'm going to hop on out of there, meaning it's going to be left to add to your beautiful casters. AJ, Husky, take it away for game number 3 of this grand finals.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we head on into Alpine within the next 8 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do us a favor. Hit that like if you're watching this online. Make sure you share this broadcast out as well. I really want to see you guys just absolutely ecstatic as you claim the 3rd giveaway of the day. And we're not too far away. I mean, we're standing at 6,000 now. What's 2,000? We hit the very first milestone before we went for the first break of the day. So it's very doable, Husky.
Yeah, we hit 2 milestones at once. That's unheard of throughout the history of the majors, right?
It's so like getting a grenade, you know.
We are.
One toss, boom, 2-3 kills. GG.
Absolutely. So much more to go. So much to be desired. So far the drop spots, right? We talk about hot drop, 7-9 against quick reactions. AB Radicals are there as well. So 3 of these teams really want some of this high tier loot. And I think 7-9 is the first team to basically leave the area.
Yep, 7-9's like, yeah, okay, we tried for it, then we met 2 teams here. This is not something we want to commit for. But the vending machine taken over by quick reaction shows me that the quickness of them repositioning into a better location for themselves is going to give them the upper hand. 7-9, as they do try to rotate away, by chance they do come across a couple of quick reaction players, and one guy's just stuck in a very tight spot. AV Radicals is going to be able to circle around now, and as long as quick reactions is distracted by this 179 player, this is going to allow AV Radicals a lot of time to just encircle the compound, continue to loot as they try to get the flanks on quick reactions. Quick reactions needs to quickly get out of there too.
Yeah, this is very unprecedented opening. Honestly, I was expecting someone to challenge, expand. I know that if you are quick reactions, you're always going to be following the high tier loot zone. That is just the DNA of this team. They've been doing it for multiple seasons. Well, some of the players have been doing it for multiple seasons. But 7-9, one of the few rounds that they are off to a rougher start now is basically them being put to the ultimate test. How do they recover from the start, especially when you have 2 young players debuting in their very first major finals and have a really good chance of winning it all? You have to not let the pressure get to you.
AV Radicals on the way out of the compound meets 2 players from the side of Tactical Intex, and they'll gladly eat them up. 3 easy elimination points coming on through. Farang's not doing great from the very get-go, but that's just one player that's scattered away a little too far away from the rest of the squad, so that's not going to be a huge punishment over Farang. So very well taken fight from quick reactions. Orange going to be in a lot of trouble. Namo drops by, and before Orange can even turn around, Namo drops him like it's hot. That AC-80 way too hot.
Yeah, and AV Radicals off to a great start as well. 3 eliminations already under 3 minutes. And they definitely needed these eliminations, right? They had a poor round 2, and it actually put them pretty far back on the leaderboard. So you kind of need that explosive round to even have a chance. And that is on the assumption that 7-9 and Expand are not performing well. And if they are, it's going to be so much harder. Mikaja might get caught out, and it seems like, well, it's not Mikaja, it's Noki. It's gonna get the gun down, and actually it's by Kaito. Well, by Nice Irene, and Kaito found Mikacha as well. 7-9 getting absolutely picked apart.
I mean, they deserve it because they should have just gotten out of there a little bit quicker. But I guess they could not safely rotate around. But they've already managed to, I guess, in a way, save Fikri Raja's at the buy point. He's going to be able to get one player back with the vending machine. Mikata is right back in the house, and he drops back into the high-tier loot zone by the looks of things as well. No, he's going to circle on out. So that's a good decision by the players of Sem9, and everything going the way of the other squads except Sem9. I mean, AB Radicals is having a fantastic time. Like you said, they've got quite a bit to do before they can catch up, and they're 18 points away from replacing Expand in that #1 spot. And they need just not 18 points, but 18 points more than Expand. So that's going to be quite the journey, Husky.
And you look at Expand stats on Alpine, right? An average eliminations of 6.29. That is massive on the map, for any team, for map performance, right? And that's why Expand is so proficient on Alpine. And it's one of the few maps that they have not changed the drop spot ever since they got onto Alpine. When you look at Bermuda, they've swapped a bit. When Geek Slate wasn't around last season, they always take Clock Tower. Right now, they take Peak. When you look at Alpine, it is Forest Raid, ride or die. If you want to take over Forest Raid, you better make sure that you step over the dead bodies of Expand. And so far, no teams have been contesting them. They're going to get so much resources to prep them for the rest of the map.
It's a slowed down pace here because quick reactions, all players aiming for Raja from Sem9. He knows exactly where he is. One ice grenade is going to be tagging up Raja. Raja has to move. But here comes Skip Toby just to finish things off. Skip Toby, a little bit of an error, but he doesn't need to worry because Shin is right behind him, and they do manage to nail Raja down into the ground. Quick reactions with the 4th elimination point picked up, and they are on a roll for sure. Hopefully, quick reactions can, of course, pick up a few more for themselves, because at the moment, they are not really sitting in the best of places. Right, they are dead last on the overall leaderboard with only 3 points picked up from over 2 matches. They need a lot of points to climb back up.
Yeah, having a rough time so far. And quick reactions was, I believe, out of the 3 Filipino teams, they are, in terms of ranking, they're definitely the lowest, but it still puts them in top 8 by the end of the group stage. So they're definitely not a bad team. They just struggle to find some of those magic every now and then. Geek Slate obviously getting gunned down by TFC, but it's just Adam. He is out there alone, so nothing much was lost for Geek Slate.
TFC continues to move on out of there. Losing 2 players initially put them in quite the unfortunate situation, and now Adam has to be brought back as well. That's just going to deplete a little bit more of their resources way too early in this Alpine map, so hopefully they can gather their thoughts and get into a better position and not get into a lot of gunfights as they do continue looting up the areas for themselves. If that does not happen, then TFC is going to be in a lot of trouble. Pedro, from afar, Barba gets knocked down onto the ground. No finisher coming on through just yet, so that's going to be a quick pickup coming on through. Barba's going to be really important, especially in a position like this, going up against Team Toda. That Groza is going to come in very, very handy in these long-range fights.
UAV actually sent out by U2 Axis, I believe. Going for a very far journey as well. Toda aims, just runs down Barba, not giving him any chance at all. And AB Radicals calling for an immediate retreat, but Toda hot on their heels. Pedro moves on forward, sensing that there's a secondary member, and he gets us right. Dynamo also goes down. Affix does drop to Barba's trip mine, but it doesn't really matter too much. AB Radicals have no more resources to fight this. Raymiao might have to be fed to the shocks as well. So AB Radicals put on the back foot, just like Sem9.
Let's see if not AB Radicals can save themselves from this predicament. Didn't turn out all that too well when they were left with 2 players in match number 2. And now in match number 3, they split apart. Raymiel and Kaito Chill on for the hunt. Kaito might just lose his life here because it's a 1v2. Kaito needs to hold on for his dear life. AB Radicals just got a little too aggressive at the very start, and now they pay for it. This is going to be Chill hopping off the car just first. And he is going to be followed up by Affix as well. Kaito goes down. AMZ gets that easy takeaway from that elimination point, leaving just 1 more player in the name of Raymiel, but he gets to the vending machine before the rest of the squad does catch up. He's going to be able to buy a couple, buys the whole squad team back. There you go. This guy is baller, and he just cashed in.
Yeah, basically kept his entire team in the game. What a savior. And I thought Raymiel was going to go down, but Toda probably didn't sense that he was still on the bridge. But this drop, oh no, this drop is going to be deadly. Raymiel just brought all of them back. They're going to drop right into JPT and C. And if AB Radicals loses all of these 3 members, this round is going to be pretty much done and dusted. And they've already lost 1. Quickly realizing that this drop was a horrible decision, Barba is going to get hunted down as well. JPT and C should get a couple of free kills.
Like I said, JPTNC, one of the more proficient teams on Alpine, and they're really making themselves shine by taking out a couple of players from the side of AB Radicals. And these guys just got back into the matchup. And as quickly as AB got back in, they're getting taken out of this lobby yet again. Geeks Lane, I believe they are going to get shut down by Ilustrados Juegos. One more player in the name of Sandrain, and he gets taken out as well. And that is the end of the run for Geeks Lane. And this is the rise of the Ilustrados.
There's a high chance that Geekslay won't be able to recover from this. Out of 3 maps, 2 maps that they finished first, they got knocked out first with 0 points. They didn't even get a kill in the process. Yeah. Incredibly devastating result so far for Geekslay. Ilustrados Juegos holding on. That's exactly what you want to see. The SAF special, just meticulous team fight that they take. But Glory as well, and the Shanks doing mad work. Quick reactions. Nice Irene. Spotting a few members of Tactical Intex. Barely getting some chip damage on them though. Tactical Intex still playing on the outside of this compound.
Nade, it's all about the timing. It's just a nice grenade. Just going to be keeping them off of that entrance for a little bit. But both of these teams needs to hustle just a little bit. Quick reactions a little bit more than Tactical Intex. Tactical Intex has already found a good position within the circle. And therefore, Quick Reactions needs to squeeze on in as well. They do exactly that. But they're just being funneled into a tight little spot for the players of Tactical Intex to just fish them all out. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. So Tactical Intex is going to be the ones with the upper hand. But not much of those tacticals. Those grenades are not going to get tossed in the flurry by Tactical Intex. It's all about the gunfights. And this AC-80 Mag 7 combination by Zapnu is very critical, but he switches out his gun at the wrong time, gets clipped, has to back away, and Quick Reactions now gets the upper hand.
Yeah, Quick Reactions, they've set up a fortress with those glue wall. Kwachi in the front line with Toby helping him. Orin tries to slip right through to the back, and this is going to be really crucial for Tactical Intex as it pins down Nice Irene. Kwachi on the floor, Toby picks him up, Shin gets thrown up, and Orin! Oh, this backstab! It actually is working out. He's doing mad damage to Quick Reactions. Skip Toby on the ground. Kwachi low, but Toby gets brought back up again. ITX just cannot find the finishers, and the battle of attrition seems to be favoring Quick Reaction. Nice Irene gets traded out, but Orin finally goes down, and Phoenix expires. Quick Reactions holding on for just long enough to survive.
What a mad fight, man. I mean, it was Orin who was about to save the squad, but Quick Reactions just way too quick. That self-revival did manage to buy them a little bit of time, and that was just real quick thinking out of Quick Reactions. Instead of taking the gunfight, he picked up his team member. It's the game of numbers, and they won with that game of numbers. Very well played by Quick Reactions, but we have to continue because this circle is punishing a lot of teams. JPTNC, still one of those that are going to be able to survive and potentially even claim an extra elimination point as they cross over that one player from the side of Toda. TFC, on the other hand, will not want to face off against Expand in a position like this, but they do have to if they want to move on. And Expand's already starting those nades off. They want to be able to clip them, but so far, you know exactly how Expand sets this up, right? They take it slow, and when that information, when that instruction is given, TFC's better gotta be very, very ready for this because they're gonna get ambushed, Husky.
If they can take out Axel, there's a good chance that TFC can just go straight in for the rush because Axel is holding that southern angle and he's actually isolated with his own. This time he won't have Cobra by his side. You can see TFC planning that entry as well. On a screen, Farang seeing the one member of AB Radicals, and he might see the last survival of Todak as well. But it seems like the fight has already started, or at least for the side of Expand and TFC. Expand getting an initial knockdown, instantly goes in for the rush. Axel gets the finisher. Expand systematically taking care of TFC. Todak gets knocked out in 9th place off screen. TFC Adam gets the ambush onto Roy, but still no finisher just yet. And Todak just makes quick work, light work for Expand makes light work of TFC.
This is not the kind of circle you want to be messing around with. So Expand has to catch up with the rest of them inside of that safe zone. X-Roy just tinkling around with that crate before he can catch up with the rest of them. Ilustrados Juegos with the desperate maneuver to climb up the leaderboard a little bit more. The last time we spotted them, they were dead in the 11th spot. They need a massive 29 points to rise back up to contend for that #1 spot. Ilustrados have not been the most aggressive team within the competition, But if they want to start, now's the best time to start. Expand snuffs out the final player of Sem 9. You know exactly what that means. That means they are going to be able to not just hold on to the number 1 spot, but hold it with a lot of advantage above all of the other teams. But that is contingent on them making sure they get into the final circle as well as that booyah. Because if not, JPTNC is going to be able to catch up.
Absolutely, and Expand, they actually fire a couple of shots at Ilustrados Juegos as well, and Farang also made contact with Expand, so now we get to see Expand dealing with multiple teams at once again. Quick reaction, in fact, it's going to be on the receiving end. Ilustrados Juegos with the cluster, absolutely bombarding JPTNC. Yazi couldn't hold that. Asta also in a lot of heat, trying to put up those blue walls, but those ice grenades and those frags is way too much for him to deal with, and there's no chance for him to make it out of this alive. Zhenbao even steals the last kill away. JPTNC no longer in this game.
JPT no longer in there, but the dominators of this map, the one and only Farang, circling on in. This is going to be a big fight for Expand. If they want to put the foot of dominance in this grand finals, they also need to snuff out Farang, who are very confident on Alpine. Expand finally takes on the initiative to go in for that fight. X-Roy pushes on fourth as the rusher of the squad. Can he open things up? He's got a level 3 shotgun in hand. The damage out of that shotgun is going to be absolutely deadly. And look who's right behind that tree. One with Mother Nature, the one and only Axel with the AWM. Long range shots is going to be very punishing, but Farang does not want to engage. They back away. Glue wall melter after melter. X-Roy pops them and then backs away. No more defenses from afar. Ilustrados, they managed to take Apik down, and it's now up to Axel. Axel needs to chip in as well. McRory throws a flurry of grenades, and he doesn't care exactly who he chips. He wants both the teams.
And look at Expand, they just moved away. They're gonna let Ilustrados Juegos take care of Farang. Expand just won the circle, and now they move behind Ilustrados Juegos to play the perfect game of Free Fire right now. McRory gets sniped from behind, and there's nothing that Ilustrados could do. Now they gotta deal with Expand, and it buys space for Farang. Just so good in terms of the tactical decision. Farang now gets the pincer Ilustrados Juegos. The mastermind was Expand all along. They're using these teams to take each other out. Cobra finds a Fire Ilustrados Juegos. No more in this round thanks to Expand.
Axel is really low, but Fire is down as well. Spade has to save the squad, but he's way too far away. 3 players rushing on in. Expand wants to claim this booyah. Bye-bye, Spade. I think time has run out. Farang out in the 3rd spot. We are waiting for that 2nd player to show up. It's going to be the one and only quick reaction, and he's up top. Nobody's going to spot him. He cannot give his life to the circle. He has to jump on off. That is the rule, and therefore this has to be another elimination point claimed by Expand. It's just a matter of time, Shin. You cannot buy anything else, my friend. Just give up the booyah already. Cobra's doing his happy dance. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. There's the number 1 spot, and it's gonna be solid in the hands of Expand.
Just delivered straight into the hands of Expand. 12 eliminations, and the 2nd booyah in this grand finals. Expand. What did I tell you? What did I tell everyone? Expand, the best team on Alpine, and when they have a good game, they have a good game. 24 massive points off of this round. The only team who has consistently finished top 2 in all 3 matches that we played so far. 2 booyahs out of the 3 that we have seen. But most impressively was how they played that last sequence. I cannot get enough of how they handled Farang and how they used Ilustrados Juegos interference as a green light to not only make a rotation, but also get the booyah for themselves. Whoever made that shot call in that sequence of event deserves a medal.
I think that is most definitely Too Fast, one of the greatest strategists from the side of Expand, and I want to give Too Fast some praises as well. He was not the biggest damage dealer, nor was he opening up those gunfights, but that was exactly what we were talking about. Too Fast just has to hold his position, just play his role exactly where he shines. He didn't go in for the rush this time round. It was X-Roy, and X-Roy held his own really, really well. The rest of the squad backed him up. Axel, and of course the decision to rotate around, that was just GG 3000 IQ play from Expand. That play, that rotation around gave them the booyah. Ilustrados did not see that coming. There was no way they could have prepared for that. Farang was hoping and praying that they would be able to finish off Ilustrados and then get on to Expand. But from afar, once again, it was all about the positioning of Axel. Axel takes out their man from the left, and I believe it was Too Fast with the guy on the right, and then they just need to deal with Spade as the very final player. Of course, Pop-Pow's quick reactions. Good on them for having those placement points at the very least.
Yeah, I mean for Expand, right? That was everyone from Expand at their best. Like you pointed out, AJ, Roy holding the angle on his own. I would go as far as to say that call might have possibly won them the whole major, but we're gonna hold that because there's 3 more rounds to come. But man, Expand, that was one of the best rounds I've ever seen from this team.
I have to agree.
Go on.
That's it. That's all I have to say. I mean, there was a lot that happened that game, but I think the one thing that I really want to say is, again, Expand. Another booyah. Can anyone catch them now? I think they have accrued such a big lead against the competition. It's almost impossible for anyone to dethrone them unless they decide to call up the referee and say, okay guys, we would like to forfeit the tournament. I actually think that might be the only way for someone to dethrone them now. They are so far ahead.
Expand is great. Expand is amazing. I love the boys to bits. I love their team manager to bits as well. But they are not a team that is without any weaknesses. They're not a team that makes absolutely no mistakes whatsoever. But they are a team that very quickly patches up those mistakes. Once again, with how aggressive Too Fast was in game number 1 versus how passive he was in game number 3, that shows exactly how dangerous Expand is, because they can take an instruction. When you've got skills and you have got the respect for your manager to take those instructions and kind of just hold back in those situations, not allow ego to get into the way, you get those booyahs, no doubts whatsoever, right? So good at Expand for doing that, but this is the point where it is going to get extremely challenging for Expand, because you performed not well once, not well twice, but 3 times in a row. And this is where ego catches up. This is where overconfidence tries to overtake whatever you're doing out there on the battlefield. So hopefully the decision-making still stays sound. Hopefully they understand that this 3rd round is not a victory of the grand finals just yet. They have to repeat this 3 times more. And you know what's better than winning? Smashing every other team with such a wide gap at the grand finals of the MCPS Majors Season 5. If they can do that, I've got a lot of hopes exactly what they will be able to achieve at the Fire Sea Invitationals later on.
Yeah.
I think the last time we saw something like this where a team has such a massive lead in a major finals was by Geek Fam, I believe, in the first MCP major.
Yes.
And that was it. Every single major from that point onwards has just been getting closer and closer in terms of competition. Our last major came down to 1 round between Expand and AB Radicals. So if Expand can win, well, if any team can win this major with a huge lead, I think that would be a great statement going into the Invitationals.
Yeah. The bad news though, if you're leading the competition with that many points, it means you're also taking away kills from the rest of the competition, meaning there are a lot more resources to fight for the remaining teams. So at this point, we're just going to have to see though, because again, consistency, it's not a guaranteed thing. Anything can happen. For all we know, round 4, round 5, heck, maybe even round 6, Expand. They might just have their fall from grace and someone catches up. I'm not going to jinx anybody because we really don't know what's going to happen. But what we do know is going to happen is that we are going to be moving on to our final map before we go on back to Bermuda. So this will be the one time that we get to play next Terra, and there are of course going to be some map differences. Again, there are some teams that do like to play that map. We will talk about that a bit later on though. Overall stats for match number 3, because we are now at the halfway mark of the grand finals here. 62 total eliminations, 5 being the highest kill count going into Cobra's pocket on the side of Expand, 65 total headshots, 36,000 total damage, 20 revives, 13 rescues, 74 knockdowns, and 83 glue balls. Now this is a little bit of a downgrade compared to the last couple games, right? Because we had a very high glue wall break count, but I think we are now down almost by 20 glue walls. What kind of happened in this game, do you feel?
Map problems, ma'am.
No problems.
No, map problems.
Oh, map problems, sorry.
Yeah, because in Purgatory, you just have got so much more open land, which forces players to rotate out in the open, forcing them to use glue walls. When you use glue walls and people shoot at you, you're going to eventually lose glue walls. But of course, Alpine has got more of those defensive compounds for you to abuse before you even do have to depend on your arsenal of glue walls to kind of pop out there onto the battlefield. And a majority of these glue walls were destroyed towards the final circle, where it was finally an open ground battle. So yeah, it's map problems.
Speaking of, actually, we'll talk about this a little bit later on. First, we're going to take a look at Cobra's stats here on the side of Expand. 5 eliminations that round, only 985 damage. This guy headshots? It must be headshots, or is at least getting the final hits. This is very low for Cobra.
I mean, it's great. I mean, the lower it is and the more eliminations you have, it just shows how efficient you are with your trigger discipline, as well as all of the bullets that you're saving. All of the mag size is going to be delivering a lot more shots towards the very final circle. So this was a great game for Cobra.
Yeah, I think it must have been a case of him just getting the secures for his team, right? So it's not so much about being the one that does the most damage, but do you get the kill? Is it going to be under your name? We are going to switch on over to our team MVP here, which I think it's going to be pretty obvious at this point because we have had a pretty common trend for the grand finals. Most likely, and it is, going to be Expand, the team that got the booyah for the round and has been dominating for the majority of the grand final. This is the second booyah of the day, and they are just shooting past the competition. 12 eliminations for this round, 4,000 damage, 8 assists, and 24 total points. They are just going up and up and up, and at this point have almost guaranteed their spot in the Fire Sea Invitationals. But nothing is confirmed because we still have 3 more games to go. But they are making it very difficult for everybody else. They are not leaving much left. Basically, everyone else is fighting for scraps at this point, especially with the kills that they're taking away and the placement points. But I kind of wanted to talk about the final fight in that round just now, gentlemen. The area where we had Farang guarding the high ground. They had a compound themselves, but they were attacked on 2 sides. One being Expand, and on the other side, it was Illustratus Juegos. What do you think Farang could have done to be able to switch that game into their favor? Because having to protect 2 sides is difficult enough, but you had a compound.
I felt like Farang didn't have much glue walls to work with at that point of time. They were hiding behind that one structure that they were in control. They had, I think, 1 or 2 glue walls set up on the side. And I also feel like Farang didn't want to rush Expand in case they lose, right? Because that would be horrible for them. And so they decided to hold a defensive position where X-Roy from Expand did fantastic in constantly disrupting the formation. He was throwing glue wall melters, he was throwing ice grenades, and Farang just couldn't really breathe much. And I think that's what really costed Farang the entire sequence of fights.
Yeah. Do you think maybe it also could have been a good decision to even protect that high ground to begin with? Should they maybe have tried to forfeit it? I just want to get some thoughts here.
They would have to face off against Illustrados Juegos. I feel like it was a... Farang was caught between a rock and a hard place. I think it was
a tough
like a
call.
lose-lose situation, for Farang. And
it was a missed call, actually, if you think about
so?
it. Because I mean, X-Roy was pushing up, yes. He was being backed up by Axel, which was a great formation on Expand's side. But Farang should have been able to avoid a majority of the disaster if they had just pushed in towards X-Roy, made sure they played their glue walls really well, take out the guy who's disrupting their formation, and then they get a little bit of space to breathe because Illustrados was still dead in the center of that circle. So that could have gone either way, but it was the lack of decision-making at that point which kind of just brought their opportunities crashing.
Maybe it could have been adrenaline as well, right? Because you're playing in the grand finals, nerves can get in the way, and maybe it clouds that judgment. But we do have the overall standings here, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, Expand are leading with 63 points. They are 23 points ahead of Sem9, who is currently occupying that 2nd spot. But Sem9 are not safe. Because as you can see, JBT NC, they are only 4 points away from stealing that 2nd spot. And even Illustrators Juegos and Farang and AB Radicals.
Wow.
These teams are within arm's length of Sem9. So that 2nd place is up for grabs if Sem9 are not able to get back into their consistent performance from those 2 games. It really goes to show in the finals, if you bomb out 1 round, suddenly everyone's on your heels. Everyone's nipping at you. They're starting to light that fire because if you don't start running, you're going to burn.
On that same point though, Danny, if you do perform extremely well 1 round, just like Illustrados Juegos, you can jump from the 11th spot all the way up to number 4. So, yeah, the world's your oyster, right? Just go out there and give it your very best. Sem9 just kind of faltering in that 1 match, let go of that grip that they had on Expand. So, every single game is going to be making such a huge difference.
And that was the round where they hard dropped into both Quick Reaction and Ilustrados Juegos, right? And they started losing members, and they couldn't really recover because they kept getting picked off no matter where they went. It was one of those rough rounds. We said that we wanted to see how they managed playing from behind, and they just were not able to get a grip until the very end.
Yeah, so recovery for this team, I think it's going to be the most important element going into this next matchup, especially considering that it's going to be Nextera. Now, speaking of, I think it's now time to sort of look at the past data for these teams and see who has actually done very well on Nextera. So the team with the best average on this map is Sem9, who are sitting on a 2.8 average placement. Now, looking at some of the other teams, the second best team is AV Radicals with 3.5, and then in third place, it's Farang with 4. But the only reason Farang is 4 and not higher was because they did place 11th in one of their rounds. If they didn't have the 11th, I actually think they would have maybe tied with Sem9 as one of the best teams to actually play Nextera, because they have 2 booyahs.
Isn't the higher number on the average
You want
rank higher?
so
average placement, she meant. I think.
Average placement. So on average, they'll place around 4th, higher or lower. Yep. So they placed 11th. It's okay. It's a bit confusing.
Averaging 4 points. I'm like, wait a minute.
No. This is just placements. There's not kills or anything. It's just 4th. Yeah. So for Sem9, this is good for them, right? Because they are averaging third.
You know what? You want to know exactly who's that better for, Husky? Ilustrados Juegos, because that's the 4th best team on Nextera, and they just jumped up from 11 all the way up to 4. So this is a really good opportunity now. If Ilustrados can continue pushing the boundaries in Nextera, for all you know, they're going to be top 3, man. I mean, hopefully even top 2 if they can pull this off.
Okay, so let's talk about Nextera, right? Because this is actually a pretty new map as well for the teams. It hasn't been in the game for too long, especially in the competitive scene. So looking at everyone's performance thus far, because we've seen 3 games, seeing who's currently playing aggressive and who's playing a little bit more on the passive side. Who do you feel looks the best going into Nextera?
Okay, apart from the obvious
apart from the obvious ones, yes.
This feels like a free for all, honestly.
Yeah, it's a free for all. Apart from Expand, it's a free for all.
Yeah, because I think like the teams you listed, the top 3 consistent teams, it was exactly what I had in mind also. And it's a good chance for them, right? Because they all individually had one underwhelming round, and this is a chance for them to really kind of close the gap between them and Expand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on our 4th game for the Grand Finals. It's going to be on Nextera. We'll have to see who grabs the booyah here, but there are plenty of opportunities for these teams to get into 2nd place. But the possibility of someone's taking that first place away, pretty slim. But you know what? Anything goes. The game's name is literally Free Fire. Anybody can take that booyah. Best of luck to all the competing teams. I am going to throw it over to our amazing casters, AJ and Husky. Gentlemen, take it away for game number 4.
Thank you, Danny. Well, AJ, we have reached the halfway point. They say time flies, and in a matter of 3 more rounds, we find out who the champion is. But currently, we have a very strong frontrunner, which is Expand. And on a map like Nextera, not really that best map, so there is a chance for the teams to catch up.
Like my ex-girlfriend used to say, future wife, of course. Time flies when you're having fun, or time's fun when you're having flies.
Nice save.
Not many of the teams are having flies out there. It is going to be a very, very tough fight for sure for some of these teams who are, you know, at the moment, kind of on the balance, right? Ilustrados Juegos dropping very close to JPTNC. Both teams aiming for that number 1 spot for sure. Farang is in Deca Square as well. So it's going to be a very heated zone towards this bottom part of the map.
You can see Sem9, AV Radicals heading towards the Intellect Center. This could be a very early fight between these 2 teams. And I am not looking forward to this. Not for any of them, honestly, right? Because if we have either one of them getting knocked out from the get-go, that is going to really impact their standings for the rest of the finals, which is a very scary thought. But Expand dropping a Plazaria, they are going to be fine. No contest yet again. But for U2 Axis, they might have attracted Todak a little bit.
And let's see if or not Todak can squirm out of this one. Ainsley's going to be able to hold the ground down with an AC-80 from afar. But the problem with this compound is it's just got so many of those buildings, so very easy to weave in and out of. But Sem9 going up against AV Radicals. This is where things get slightly hotter. Namo, shot from afar. That Parafal's not going to be able to get him a knock just yet because, once again, this map is just littered with buildings, Husky. You barely need to use any of those glue walls.
Yeah, it is a very, very industrial map overall. So many covers for you to work with. Obviously, the circle is going to leave Intellect Center. I think for AV Radicals, they are going to be the first team to do so. You can see on that kill feed as well. Expand did lose Cobra early on and went for the revive. So AV Radicals giving a bit of space to Sem9, or that's what I thought, but it seems like Ray Meow wants to take this fight straight to Sem9. At least getting that info. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop. TFC, on the other hand, found himself tactical intact. And Tina tries to run a Phoenix down, but gets gunned down himself instead.
Ouch.
I guess you can survive a vehicular collision.
It didn't collide though. He stopped right before him. He's like, I'm going to respect you. I'm not going to knock you down. Because if that knock had come on through, I think it would have put the tactical index player in quite the unfortunate predicament. But Jump 9 as the final survivor for TFC, who did decently well at the start of the day and are now starting to really slide off of the face of the top side of our overall leaderboard. Needs to find a way to bring the full squad right back in. But this skirmish between AV Radicals and Sem9 is going to drag out for a little bit more. Both teams, I wouldn't say are respecting each other, but they are respecting their own lack of firepower. They just really wanted to focus, getting more loots on their side before they do continue to engage, because both clearly have got an ego challenge going on here. They do not want to abandon this Intellect Center.
And I think the most important thing is that whichever team that gets wiped out right now has a huge chance of losing out the slot to the Invitationals, right? Because your points get affected massively. And right off the gates, AV Radicals have already lost one, but Barba able to trade Figby back. They need to get the confirmed kills, though. Kaito is not going to survive this one. Mikacha finds him. And it seems like AV Radicals and Sem9 are trading blows. And it's even until Raja gets the third. Namo goes down, and AV Radicals finally calling it quits. Off-screen, TFC Esports got eliminated.
AV Radicals not going to get taken out of the equation just yet. One final survivor in the name of Barba, who was also the guy who did manage to get that one knock and kill. Oh no, Sem9 on the hunt from the back. Barba, you got to watch your back, brother. But no, Sem9, he drops right beside him and then he runs the other way. AV Radicals, that's probably one of the luckiest, fortunate maneuvers around where their opponent just runs the wrong way. And that was Fikri who made that mistake. So that's going to be all right. Fikri just got brought back in. He could have seen exactly where Barba was going with that secondary and try to take him out of the equation, but it just wasn't on the plate for him. Barba's going to buy the squad back, potentially a full buy. No, just that one kill shouldn't be able to give him enough money, is it? Did he pick up enough coins? Let's see. 1, 2. Yes, it did. Cash is on in once again.
Dude, AV Radicals are balling. They always have like more than enough resources. But this is going to be crucial. JPT NC going for the full push. Have they caught Expand off guard? It seems like that's the case. Yazid completely demolishing too fast. Axel also goes down. And this is the map that we said Expand not as comfortable as the other maps. Cobra already just hightailing out of there. Not a fighting chance at all. And there is also an opportunity for Cobra to get eliminated.
Yes, there is. Farang just across the compound from the team of JPTNC. Yazid's going to be circling around to cut off the path of Cobra. Good glue wall erected, but those sounds have to pull in a little bit of attention from the side of Farang as well. Cobra's getting tagged left, right, center, and NC. They finish off the one and only Expand. What an ambush. What a well-taken fight. Once again, JPT NC, one of the better teams on Alpine, and they're going to use this to launch themselves right up to the top. I hope to see them in that final circle.
And again, we emphasize this, right? Like on Nextera, Expand, they do struggle a little bit, and JPT-NC completely took advantage of that. And that was the team that they needed to take down. So JPT-NC have basically opened the floodgates for all the other squads who wants to get into that first place. Ilustrados Juegos is definitely one of them, taking on Toda to start it off. Let's go from the right. Does see Ames and Chill, but it seems like Fura, he's going to try to cut right to the back lines, and Toda getting split up bit by bit. Pedro in the supporting position, not able to do too much, and Amy's gonna try to turn the corner. Chill getting one, Amy's getting let's go. Two members of Ilustrados Juegos down on the ground.
chill down. And Afix manages to get it at the very end, all thanks to Aimsy's backup as well. And that's a well-taken fight from the side of Toda. But going back to, Team Expand, that's exactly what I mean, right? They were in the most vulnerable position when they finished off that third match in that #1 spot with the double booyah of the day. They just needed to play this match extremely carefully. That just was not done. They pay the high price for it. But thankfully, they've already gotten enough in their savings to have a hot day like this, right? Hopefully, they'll be able to come back in here with the surplus of points that they've already collected a little bit earlier on. But one of the two things that they need to hope and pray for is for Sem9 as well as JPTNC to not be in that final circle, because these are the two teams that are the closest to them. But even that being said, it's not like teams like Farang as well as Illustrados are all that too far away, because we have to acknowledge Expand bombed out in this round. That means barely any points there at all.
This is a nightmare scenario for Expand, and it happened to them multiple times, even on the international stage. This was what happened last year in Bangkok. And, to see it definitely feels a bit unreal, especially when they had such a good start. And now, after this, they only have 2 more rounds. And whatever cushion that they've gotten for themselves, that can be thrown out the window. We're back to square one. Todak so far still doing pretty good, but AB Radicals is next on the radar.
AB Radicals, they need to survive this. I mean, they've bombed out one too many times. They cannot take a loss against Toda now. Namo, great nade, tossed on upwards, does not connect with anyone. And that's going to be a waste of a lethal. And as Kaito backs away, Pedro's not going to be able to get those shots connecting back to back, but one quick clip will force the players of AB Radicals to find a better position. Sem9 dropping by as well to say hello. Question is, who will Sem9 look at first? Is it going to be AV or is it going to be Toda? Fikri finds Kaito. Looks like AV is the selection here for Team Sem9. And they do manage to claim that quick kill as well, which puts Toda on notice. Toda's going to go in for them as well.
Yeah, then Quick Reactions actually took out 2 members of Sem9. So it actually didn't pay off. Sem9 got 1 point, but they lost 2 in return, and now they find themselves basically sandwiched between Quick Reaction and Toda, and both teams want to gun for it. Toda is going to call dibs on this one. Oh, Fikri, you're in a world of hurt, and Amy is just going to take care of him. Last man alive for the back of Sem9. They are out.
This is the prayer. These are the combined prayers of the players of Expand. They're hoping and praying for Sem9 as well as Team JPTNC to crash and burn. That just happened to Sem9. We have to keep our eyes on JPTNC a little bit later on to see if or not God is on the side of Expand today, because I'm very sure they did not expect to get wiped out that quick earlier there.
Yeah, absolutely not. Quick Reactions now have a bigger fish to fry, literally, because it's Todak. Shin's getting the first one. They get traded back thanks to the lock-on missiles from Todak as well. Nice Irene loses his. Amy's is just doing massive work right now for Todak. Quick Reaction able to still pick Shin back up, so it's still an even fight between these two teams. But Shin needs some time to patch himself up, and that's exactly what he'll get. Kwachi by his side as well. Seeing this push from Amy's, Kwachi doing decent damage, but the glue walk is put up by Amy's. Skip Toby, though, will finish the job. Toda down to the last legs. It's just Pedro against the world.
Dude, I mean, just a moment ago, it was Toda winning out this gunfight. Quick Reactions now have turned the tables and eaten up this big fish. What a barbecue day Quick Reactions having out there on the battlefield. 6 eliminations already. Earlier on, we saw the rise of Ilustrados Juegos. Now, we see the rise of Quick Reactions as well. The Filipinos are on fire. But speaking of Filipinos, Barba's caught in a very tight position here.
Yeah, Farang looking for him. And while Farang is going for this hunt, we see ITX actually taking on JPTNC as well off screen. So still a lot of fights happening, but for AB Radicals, this is most likely going to be another one of those rounds where they just could not get their feet off the ground. Not much resources to go for any revives, I presume. The Namo is tanking a heap of that blue zone damage. Can retrieve Barbara as well. And Farang, in fact, preoccupied by Quick Reactions on the other end.
AB Radicals buying their players back once again. Balling all the way out through this. Farang right above them. I mean, the nerve to revive your players as Farang's just shooting up everybody else on the battlefield right above you. Geek Slate tries to join the party as well from outside the circle. Uduax is already in a perfect defensive compound. I love the fights on Nextera because everywhere is just an absolute perfect defensive spot that you can catch for yourself if you are early to the party. Look at Tactical Intex, smack dab close towards the center of this next circle as well. JPT NC by Tactical Intex trying to gatekeep the players of Quick Reactions, and I believe that is going to be a successful maneuver. But Quick Reactions, nice Irene now, trying to make sure he distracts the rest of the players of Tactical Intex as his team members catch up towards that compound, and that play does pay off. And now Quick Reactions aiming for the heads of Tactical Intex as well.
And they gotta get rid of Tactical Intex as fast as possible because JPTNC and Farah are on the horizon. Deco's just a charge buster in the face of Shin. Tactical Intex winning this. All the nades from Quick Reactions are not connecting. Kwachi, at this point, he's just lobbing up Christmas gifts to ITX, but none of them are connecting. And Phoenix is on that roof as well. Plenty of info for ITX to work with. They're slowly just picking Quick Reactions apart, and Kwachi, he's going to be the next to get rushed. They see him, and right in the face of Kwachi is going to be Orin. Quick Reactions left with, I believe, just one member.
Those were pretty quick reactions, but they just did not have that initial defensive position that Tactical Intex was holding on to. Farang, they smell blood. They smell the blood of Quick Reactions as well as Tactical Intex, but as they rush on through, Tactical Intex are right out of there. You gotta respect, you gotta love the defensive maneuvers coming out of Tactical Intex here. Very timely repositioning, and this is gonna be putting the players of Farang on notice. Nade after nade gonna get tossed right back out towards the players of Farang. Oren, just in the small little gap that he finds, continues to fire pressure down the players of Farang to stop their maneuver, to stop their rush coming through into the compound of Tactical Intex. And if you look at this from an objective point of view, Tactical Intex now have the best defensive compound to work around with.
And on the glue wall melter also making life hard for Farang. You break down the front, the glue wall is placed at the very front, the battle line is going to get affected. But Farang, they do have that vantage point on the roof, so this is still something that they can work with as well. Olive starting it good, but actually takes out members of Baby Radicals instead of Tactical Intex. So all in all, Tactical Intex can still hold on to where they are right now, and Farang is just hunting down the remnants of other squads. Quick Reactions and AB Radicals both getting taken out. ITX still keeping Farang pinned down.
AV is really struggling in this grand finals here, but JPTNC, they know exactly what lies right in front of them. The opportunity to pick up that number 2 spot is most definitely in their hands already, but to cut down the lead that Expand has to maybe somewhere around the 15-16 point range most definitely is on the cards as well, is on the table as well. They have to get through the players of Geek Slate. In fact, there's one player right there in front of them, and they do exactly that. Ace takes that grill for himself. Geek Slate is going to be in a lot of trouble, and as I say that, they get taken out of the lobby. Now, great position held on by JPTNC, and they make the decision to go and storm the front of the players of Udo Axis first. Udo Axis is busy. They're keeping their eyes on Tactical Intex as well as Farang. So this is that perfect backstab opportunity for JPTNC to get into the compound as well.
Yeah, they're so close to reaping the rewards of being the team to not only knock out Expand, but to catch up to Expand by the end of this round. Udo Axis cleaning house with Tactical Intex, finishing up in third. Farang instantly jumps in, but Vegeta holds the fort. Farang thought they got the drop onto Udo Axis, but they did lose members. But thankfully, Spade was able to return some fire. And now JPTNC, look at them creeping in from behind. Olive getting rid of Neptune. Yazid getting a long shot onto Neptune himself as well. JPTNC with 12 points. This is very possible, AJ.
This is definitely possible, man. I mean, JPTNC, out of nowhere, they're aiming for Expand's head. They have definitely gotten the second spot for themselves already. Now they're going head-to-head with Team Farang. Farang wasn't too far away from them at all. Farang was just 5 points away from JPTNC a little bit earlier on, and now it is absolutely crucial for them to take them. 2 players down on the ground already. 1 more alive and kicking. Spade picks Spice right back up, but it gets turned around, and it's now a 1v2. NC down on the ground. Can they go in here for the pickup? Asta's running out of time, and the decision to go in and buy the squad back. Big brain play by JPTNC in the final circle.
Farah's gonna do the same as well. Jembo gets brought right back. We're back to square one, but Napis loses his life, and that is the guy that has all the arsenal. At the end of this, I don't think JPTNC is gonna survive. They will just feed more points into Farang. Ace gonna get shot down, same as his friend. Farang have done it at the very, very end of this. The Booyah on the Terra, that is what we've been looking for Farang. One of the more solid maps out of the pool we have. But what a finisher for this team.
I mean, one thing's for sure, both Farang as well as JPTNC have replaced Sep9 from that second spot. The bigger question is going to be, of course, exactly who is in that second place and who is in the third spot, right? Farang did very, very well on this map of Nextera. We know that they are a very aggressive team. Apart from AV Radicals, they are the ones who have managed to pick up the most number of kills on Nextera. You know you can get the aggression out of them. The one thing that was not as consistent is picking up those placement points for Farang as opposed to teams like Sem9 as well as AV Radicals. But they were not too far off the mark, right? This time, they push on through, they get that final circle, and most importantly, they snuff out JPTNC, who was their biggest threat moving up the leaderboard.
It was a 2v4. I mean, Farang, if there's one thing that they've always made a name for themselves, is the clutch genes, and they clutched that out in the best possible moments. That final sequence, right? JPTNC lost members, went for the buy. Farang did the same, but obviously Farang had the better position at that point of time. I believe they got 27 massive points off of this one round. Again, the race for top one wide open. Farang now has a chance to be that two-time winner for a major. Can you believe it, AJ?
And this is why I said it's just a little bit too early to say that Expand has, already sorted out everything already, because if it took them 3 matches to get up to the top, I mean, we've got 3 more matches to go. The other teams surely can most definitely catch up, contingent on Expand bombing out, and we saw that happen in the hands of NC. And this was that play which just put Expand out in that 11th spot. A well-executed ambush by JPTNC, not taking a single second to think of what are they going to do, because they did not know of the position of the players on the side of Expand. They just stormed the front, they took their battles, and they just caught the players of Expand with their pants down, and that was it for the team.
And even though JPTNC didn't get the booyah, I think they have done more than enough. Took out Expand. They finished second with double-digit eliminations. That is all they need to shoot up the leaderboard and put themselves in a position where they also now can gun for the top 2 finish.
Oh yeah, and I think this is just a phenomenal run coming on through for both Farang as well as JPTNC. And Sem9 will rue the day they did not hustle a little bit more out there on the battlefield, right? Because they were in the best position, just like JPT as well as Farang, to catch up with Expand. But not only did they not do that, they have now lost their second position to both of these teams. And to be kicked down 1 rank is painful. To be kicked down 2 ranks, yeah, I think it's going to take a toll on Sem9, but hopefully we can see them bounce right back up here, Danny.
Guys, it's finally happened. The
Is it your
wings have
curse,
been
though?
clipped. No. It's not my curse.
Danny.
The curses is Husky, so...
I didn't say anything, so there's
You
no
don't need to
curse.
say anything to curse somebody, okay? Sorry, Husky. Just push this man off the cliff. But I really do think there were a lot of people that were hoping that this would happen, because now the race is much closer, and now there's more tension than ever, and even hope for some of these teams to actually make it to top 2. It's no longer going to be just 1 spot open. There are now officially 2 spots open, right?
Yeah.
I think it had to have happened, and for it to happen in Game 4, we've got 2 more games to go. 2 more games for teams to make their redemption arcs happen, and 2 more games for people to show their stuff. Because remember as well, not only is this open for a spot for the Free Fire SI, but I also want to mention this, there are sponsors that are going to be watching this event, that are looking to pick up a team, that are looking to sponsor a team. So if someone makes it to the Free Fire Sea Invitationals without a sponsor, you know that you might be potentially picked up after this. And maybe even if you don't make it, if you're an unsponsored team and you show promise, there is an opportunity for you to get picked up by an org, and you finally getting that sponsorship and you being able to go to Free Fire full time. Because there are some people out there still playing Free Fire competitively, but also working a side job, studying, doing whatever to make their own means. So I think this is just such an amazing tournament to have happen, because there are doors opening for people, whether you make it to Free Fire Sea Invitationals or not. But gentlemen, we've done our first rotation of maps. It's finally over. We're going back onto Bermuda. And then we're also playing Russian roulette with this final map. You know, it's like, what's this final map going to be? Because I think we're also starting to see map preferences really kick in for some of these teams, right? Some teams are just doing fantastically on maps. And if you can get your signature map for match number 6, that's going to give you such a huge advantage over the competition. But let's finish up and wrap up what's just happened in game number 4, right? Overall stats for Nextera: 63 total eliminations, 8 kills going in favor of Spade, holding the highest kill record for this game alone. 80 headshots, 40. I'm going to say it again. 40,000 damage. I do believe this is the highest damage we've seen in one round alone. 18 revives, 13 rescues, 79 knockdowns, 53 glue walls. What's happened? Did people kind of forget this item existed? I know there's a lot of compounds to work with, but this is very new to me.
Please refer to answer above. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, that's what you just mentioned.
People just dead. Okay, I get it. People die, no glue balls. All right, Gucci, I got you. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's a very industrial map, right? So you generally don't use too much glue walls. There's very less open areas to work with as well. Most of the fight that happened, well, regardless where the circle goes, you always have a lot of buildings to hide in. So glue walls becomes
better than glue walls, right?
Less used. Yeah, way better than glue walls. You can't be melted by some, green gooey substance. That's for sure.
All right, we're going to move on to our next stat, which I do believe it's going to be Spade, because he is our MVP for the round. And yes, it is Spade, because he had 8 kills on his name, holding the highest kill record for this game alone, dishing out 1,800 damage and having a 26% hit rate. I mean, is there really much more to say about this game? I don't think there is.
No, I don't think so. I lost my train of thoughts.
Husky's still thinking.
I'm still thinking.
I mean, there are quite a lot of things that happen out there that has just blown the story wide open for this grand finals, right?
Definitely.
Just when, you guys were thinking that, okay, it's going to be the day of Expand. Expand's going to get the championship, because they were leading the leaderboard with 23 points. And Sem9 was quite a bit behind them. Sem9 goes ahead to bomb out. They're not even the ones to cut down the distance. Instead, it is the 3rd and 4th spot teams of NC as well as Farang. So that's just a crazy turn of events. Ilustrados Juegos, who I expected to really rise up to the occasion this time round, didn't. AB Radicals, that we expected to get into that final circle and finally recover their momentum, that didn't happen as well.
A lot of things that we expected to happen definitely didn't happen. And I'm wondering if it might be because some teams maybe tried a little bit too hard. And I think some people think it's hypocritical, but there are times where if you try to do something and you try too hard,
I want to see where you're going with this.
I'm waiting as well.
I'm trying to figure out how to word it, but I think you guys would have experienced times where you play Free Fire or any game really, and you try to do something too hard, but you overshoot it. You overstep your bounds, and you just completely flop. You don't get to do what you wanted to do originally. Instead, you actually feed that opportunity away.
Let me maybe paste a better analogy.
You tried too hard. There we go.
Let me paste a better analogy here. You try to take a fart. It ends up being a wet one.
This is not. Sure, but
you were going for something, but then something else totally came out. I mean, it was a little bit more, but it's not something you wanted.
I mean, it works. I was hoping to do a little safer analogy, but yes, AJ, that was probably kind of what I was aiming for. Let's change the topic. I'm actually keen to see what the leaderboard is going to look like. I'm not sure if you've been keeping numbers, AJ.
I have.
You have, so you have an idea on what the leaderboard could be looking like. But we're gonna start with the appetizer, which was what happened in that round. How many points did the teams get? Where did everyone place in game number 4? As you can see at the very top, Farang, 27 points, 15 kills. This is the redemption arc that they've been looking for the entirety of today. JPT NC, 22 points. This is also going to shoot them up the leaderboard and potentially take that 2nd place away.
Yep.
But are they maybe going to be taken over by another team, because there were so many teams behind them that were also very close? Tactical Intex, 16 points. This is fine. I don't think we're going to really see Tactical Intex move too far. I think they'll still be stuck on the right side of that leaderboard. Same with Udo Axis, unfortunately. A lot of the teams up here not going to be moving so much. Expand, 0.
Expand's eating a boiled egg. But okay, here's the quick facts, right?
A donut, yes.
27 points picked up here. Farang should be, in the range of about 5 or 6 points away from Expand. And guess what? JPTNC is in the exact same position as well. Just about 5 to 6 points away from Expand, mainly because they bombed out. Yeah, Sem9.
We're going to see it ourselves here,
so
AJ.
unfortunate for Sem 9. I mean, but they're still within a arm's length away from getting that number one spot. But they have to fight against the consistency that out of nowhere, JPTNC has suddenly been able to chug out today.
Yeah, I think
Look, I
JPTNC
think it's
is definitely
great.
the-
I think there are some teams that are just going to pop off on grand final weekends,
Yeah.
right? Like every now and again, there's going to be that dark horse, and JPTNC has definitely been one of those teams to do that. And look at this, 63, 58, 5 points away. You cannot afford to mess up now if you're Expand. And I think the same could be said for Firing and JPTNC, because these guys, let's say they don't catch up to Expand, they need to compete against each other for that second spot.
Oh, yeah.
It's still that
Oh, yeah.
top two. So the story for that top two, it is a really close one. Sem 9, yes, this team has fallen from grace. They still have an opportunity to catch up, but it's going to be so tough getting even close to second place. And I think it's even worse for AV Radicals. Like, what happened to this team?
I think AV Radicals just it has been happening, I think, towards the very end of the group stage. Remember week 3, even though they finished in second place, they actually didn't do too well. They were just burning whatever point cushions that they have, and they were getting very average rounds overall, and they haven't recovered from that, right? It seems like they were getting caught. One of the biggest problems AV Radicals have been facing is just getting caught mid-rotation. It is a struggle that has plagued them for a long, long time, and they haven't been able to rectify it coming into this grand finals. But the biggest surprise to me is definitely JPTNC. The difference between JPTNC towards the end of the group stage and now in the finals is basically heaven and earth.
You know, the one thing that I've always liked to hold on to throughout my whole life is you don't just learn from your own lessons, you don't learn from your own mistakes, you have to learn from the mistakes of others as well. The mistake of a specific team I'm referring to here is AV Radicals. They did extremely well at the league stage, and then they rested on their laurels. They rested a little bit too long, and they lost their number one spot. And who did they lose it to? They lost it to Expand. And the main reason why teams like Expand and all were climbing up the leaderboard so vigorously was because Team AV Radicals had just put on such a great performance within the first 2 weeks that they seemed almost impossible to catch up with. And Expand just wanted to prove everyone wrong. They wanted to prove that we can catch up and we can get the number one spot. Good on them. But now Expand needs to learn from the lesson of AV Radicals. You cannot rest on your laurels. You cannot take any engagement softly. You have to go all out, right? Every single match is the match of the grand finals. So we can't see a repeat of their previous game. I mean, if they bomb up one more time, then...
Yeah. Actually, speaking of AV Radicals,
again, right,
I
when
think
you only
we
have
want
one
to touch
day
onto this
for
team
the
a
grand
little bit more,
finals,
because there were a
it
lot of
gets even
expectations
scarier.
for this team going into the grand finals. So I know you two, you've highlighted that the first 2 weeks they did fantastically. Week number 3, not so great.
Yeah.
Today, again, not so great. Are we seeing a playstyle, like a big playstyle difference from this team before and after? Do you feel like they're trying new stuff that they feel compelled to play a different way?
Probably not, right? I think that they are just playing their usual way, but everyone else has evolved, and that's what has been causing them a bit of a problem going into these rounds where they just get picked off very easily. They're not winning team fights as convincingly as they used to, and they don't have much time to fix it. I think they will have to stick with what they have committed to executing and just do it better.
Anything to add there, AJ?
I think, you know, Husky hit the nail right on the head there, right? It's not that they are playing it worse, it's just that the other teams are playing this so much better. Like I said, I mean, it's not just the fact that they rested on their laurels, it's the fact that the other teams really, really were hungry for this opportunity. And it's not the prize pool that you're just playing here for, right? It's not just the pride of being crowned the champions or the top 3 of the MCPS Majors Season 5. It's also that invite. Because it's pretty much a mini World Series for Free Fire that's going to happen. Everybody wants to be a part of it.
Exactly. You want to be on that world stage. You want to be able to participate with the best teams from all across the world. But before we jump into game number 5, we do want to quickly recap what has happened over the course of today if you didn't manage to catch our first games. So we started off the day with Expand getting the first booyah on Bermuda. Then we had Sem9 pick up the second booyah of the day on Purgatory. Then on Alpine, we had Expand picking up their second booyah of the day. And then, of course, we had game number 4, which is Next Terra and Farang securing their first booyah for the grand final. Our last 2 remaining maps for today are going to be Bermuda, and then we're going to go show and play Russian roulette with this random map for game number 6. Where we don't know what this map is going to be. The players don't know what map this is going to be. I don't even think Garena know what map this is going to be. Someone's just going to spin the wheel and be like, all right, here we go. Game number 6. Good luck. Have fun, everybody. I'm genuinely curious, and I'm not sure if you guys know. Do the players know what map they're going to before they fly in?
For the 6th match?
Yes.
Yes, they should be able to know exactly where they're going to fly into. But, you know, the one mystery in here that I'm like, you know, having my fingers crossed, I know this is not going to happen, but I'm just hoping it happens. Like, they add Kalahari out of nowhere into that random map.
No, I doubt it, but it would be super. I think it would be a really good twist for things, right? Because we haven't had Kalahari for the entirety of the tournament. So I'd like it. Kalahari is a great map, but we're not going to talk about Kalahari. We are going to talk about our viewer milestones. So guys, again, we hit 6,000 for our current viewer milestones. Thank you to everyone that has already tuned in or is currently tuning into the broadcast, but we are trying to aim for the 8,000 viewer giveaway. So if you haven't already, share the stream with your friends. Make sure everyone you know is watching, because if we can hit the 8,000 viewer milestone, we're going to be able to claim all 3 rewards. Because right now we've only unlocked the first 2. So let's try and get that 3rd one. Share the stream, do whatever you can. We need to get those 8,000 viewers. But also we do want to thank everyone from the bottom of our hearts for tuning in and watching the finals with us this weekend. This finals wouldn't be possible without you guys, because you are the reason we're able to have these tournaments, you amazing viewers. So thank you for joining us this weekend. We love having you, and we hope we have our last 2 games be, I guess the Aussie way to say it, be banger of matches. Don't cringe, guys. But I do think we've had some great matches so far. It's been super close. It's not been a boring finals at all.
It could really just come down to the Russian roulette to determine who wins the whole thing, right? I think that uncertainty makes it super scary. And you can be the team that is in the lead after game 5 and just get put on your worst map in the last round and lose everything. That is very crazy.
Yeah. Now, before we go to a quick break, AJ, we're going back onto Bermuda. You know, this is the map that everyone knows, everyone loves. If you don't know how to play on Bermuda, then I have to question whether you play Free Fire at all. But is it going to be a free-for-all for Bermuda?
Oh, no.
No?
Bermuda is a very, very top-heavy map. I think, you know, some teams excel here. Some teams, you know, perform very averagely to bad here. And Expand is going to be your dominator. So if the previous match did not disappoint them too much, and if it instead lit up a huge fire within them, it's going to be a bomb of a match for Expand.
Well, let's see if a hot drop potentially happens on Expand, because I think some teams are going to start feeling a little bit desperate now. But before we start the game, we are going to go for a quick break. So if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes for game number 5. Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 5 Grand Final. We've just finished up 4 games, which means we've got 2 more to go before we can crown our champion and also congratulate the 2 teams that are going to be flying off and competing in the Free Fire Sea Invitationals. My name is Finaly and of course joining me are the amazing casters who are AJ and Husky. And gentlemen, it's not over yet. We thought it was going to be a top-heavy race, but now I think things have equalized. Not fully, but we are back to square one. Not square zero, but square one. And the top 2 spots are open.
Yes.
We can't really make predictions. We're trying not to curse the teams as well, okay? I got accused of cursing the teams. That's not happening because I never said I was rooting for anybody. So... Lady Luck's on holiday today.
You indirectly cursed them, Danny.
No. I didn't say anybody's name. That's the thing.
Thanks for being my
this
successor,
lesson
Danny.
after like so many MCPs together, and then you take over his role now. What's up?
Well, I didn't curse anybody, okay? I didn't tell you who I was rooting for today, did I? Exactly. So I'm free. I'm free. So,
okay.
but we might be free, but the teams are not currently free, right? Because they're still currently in Grand Finals jail. They're trying to figure out who's going to actually make it to the international tournament. Now, I think we're all really excited to see if it's going to be the usual crew of people or if we're going to be seeing some new blood flying overseas, because it's always going to be such a crazy journey for a team that has never competed internationally to suddenly be competing at the Free Fire Sea Invitationals. But let's talk about this game that's coming up right now. Game number 5, we're going back onto Bermuda. The teams did play Bermuda at the beginning of the day, so it'll be the second time they're playing here. And AJ, you think it's going to be very top heavy. I want to hear Husky's point of view here. Do you also think it's going to be top heavy, or do you feel that there's actually a chance for some of the teams at the bottom of the bracket to really pick up some points?
I think I concur with AJ. It would probably be top heavy, but if I have to pick one team, maybe Geek Slate. I know it's a far shot because they did get knocked out in the first map. You know,
that's a big
in
bet,
last place.
Did he land his lesson?
But
I don't know.
Geek Slate, I think that's one of the few like rare rounds where they really didn't do much, right? But in normal circumstances, they actually perform average, so that could be a team that we can look out for.
Yeah,
so you're even laughing towards the end. You're like,
he knows. You did this to yourself, Husky. I didn't tell you to do anything. I was just asking you. It's like, what's the chance? All right, so we're going to ignore this because if you haven't already, giveaway code is on the bottom of the screen right now. I hope you have taken a screenshot, or if you need to, ask in the chat. I'm very sure the community is more than happy to help you out by sharing the code with you as well. The code is going to be valid until the end of the stream, so if you haven't already, claim the code as fast as you can because it is going to expire once we've crowned our champion. But thank you to everyone that has contributed to our viewer goals. Let's try and hit that 8,000 before the end of the stream. So the codes are right there on the bottom of the screen. This is for the Pop-Pow sickle. Make sure you have this one. If you didn't have the previous code, again, ask in the chat on any of our streaming platforms and I'm very sure someone is going to help you. Heck, I think even the mods would actually be able to assist with providing the code. So there you go. You can share it with people that can't watch the stream as well. They'll also be able to claim it. But again, it's going to be down to a time limit. Now, the teams are currently playing on point limit so far. And Bermuda, the first round of Bermuda was very interesting, folks, right? Because it was, firstly, Bermuda's a very small map, but we didn't see too much action happening at the beginning of the day. Do you think it's going to speed up now that the teams have really gotten into the gist of the finals? Or so you think it's still going to be a very slow run?
I think teams that have nothing to lose probably will speed it up at this point. Or it's either that or teams who are in the middle.
Everybody has something to lose, Husky. We only have 6 rounds.
Hey, I'm just saying, some teams have no chance of making it to FFSI, okay? It's about the money.
It's about the money's
going to
bonus.
put the Bloody Head. You know, have you seen Bloody Head in this position before? Look at what they did. They destroyed Geek Fam in the first major. There's a chance that this happens.
It is true. It is true. I mean, I just want to see what the players do. I'm wanting to see some really spicy hot drops because if there's one thing that always happens towards the end of the grand final, that's when some teams just go, YOLO, we're gonna YOLO and just drop on top of somebody, cross our fingers and toes and pray that we actually win the weapon roulette, because that's really what happens sometimes with those hot drops. But I do expect it to happen. I think in particular, it's going to be the rare tier loot zone right? You want the high tier loot zone
Yeah.
because you're guaranteed to at least get something good there. But aside from that, though, yeah, I guess it does make sense. You want to play safe now. It's the last 2 games. You want to solidify your position if you are already where you want to be.
Like the only time that Stemline hot drop was match 3, and that was the match where they lost their lead, right? They hot dropped into quick reaction and AV Radicals, and the entire round they didn't get to play at all.
Correct.
So I think it's going to be interesting because Stemline has been really hot dropping AV Radicals towards the end of the group stage. After round 3, that it probably would change the approach going into the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to jump into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hop to it. We're going back onto Bermuda, and this might be the last time or the second last time that we see Bermuda if it doesn't get selected during our roulette for that random map, which is going to be game number 6. But 45 seconds before we drop into this game. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you some time to sort of talk before everything happens. So AJ, Husky, take it away. Game number 5. Let's hope the teams give us a spicy one and a hot drop.
Thank you very much, Danny. Fun fact, if you translate Bermuda into English, it is being young.
Not really sure if that's how it works, AJ.
It does, bro. Bermuda. Bermuda. Muda young. Doing.
Right,
being,
right.
Doing young, being young. Yeah, I think I'll rather go with being young.
Yeah, okay.
Play with me, bro.
You caught me off guard. Man.
I know I did.
It took me a while to figure out what you were alluding to. But yes, it means being young. It means being youthful. It's channeling the energy of a. Never mind. I give up.
Never mind. Flight path looks pretty decent. AV Radicals is not going to go for their high tier loot zone over at Sentosa. So Observatory, they want to play the safe game here. Hopefully that's going to lead them up towards the top. Peak, obviously the team of Expand is going to be hot dropping themselves right in there alongside Toda, who's aiming for Pochinok. And Farang, who wants to get towards Mill, for some reason have all started landing a little bit too close towards Peak. I don't think that's going to be the best of ideas, but Axel, as usual, will be the guy who's a little bit closer towards the players of JPTNC. So gatekeeping is going to be key here for the players of Expand. This is a strategy and a drop spot that has not failed them just yet.
Yeah, they've been very, very comfortable dropping at Peak, right? And no teams have been contesting them. I think the more volatile areas could be Sentosa, for example. That's where I believe a quick reaction and Yudo Axis are at. High tier loot zone. If you want to look for quick reactions, just find where the high tier loot zone is. You will always see this team there. And in this case, I think they have trespassed Yudo Axis drop spot. But on the other side, TFC getting the first blood onto Toda.
It's a good start for TFC. They want to continue climbing up the overall leaderboard as they have been struggling quite a bit. The last time we checked in the overall leaderboard, TFC was sitting down in the 12th spot. It's not somewhere you want to be when there's only 12 teams running in the grand finals.
Definitely not. And Toda was able to trade one back as well, so at least it's not the worst. Woo! What a sick one! Did
they just trade each other out?
Yeah, they did.
What?
They both landed a headshot. But Jump9 is going to get picked back up. Chill not so lucky. Hafiz will try to get to him, but Luffy might be able to use this to his advantage, and yeah, just like that, Chill goes down, and TFC now have an opening.
Production, you better make a meme out of that clip. I mean, you that is gold right there. That clip right there, that concurrent headshot as both those players took each other down, that was gold in terms of content for Free Fire. Vegeta circles around. It's going to be Yudu Axis this time around going up against quick reactions. Finally, inside of this high tier loot zone, Hazik brings Apis right back into the equation. Vegeta, opportunity now to just buy a little bit of time for himself before the rest of his team members arrive. But quick reactions do not look like they want to engage heavily just yet.
Yeah, and Yudu Axis is taking this slow and easy. So far, the fact that no one has went down is pretty telling of how disciplined these teams are. But quick reactions, they need to quickly get to their teammates because YAE are already pushing in. Nice Irene first to go. Quick reactions looking to find some room to pick him back up. They do have one of their members playing from long range, but Skip Toby gets gunned down by Ashura. Vegeta gets traded back. Yudu Axis systematically working quick reactions.
See if or not they can turn this around. Quachi has a great gun in hand, but just doesn't have the opponents right in front of him. He runs past a couple of them straight away, and then 1v2 situation for Quachi. Quachi doesn't manage to survive that as Ashura turns on him. AC-80 close range. Shin tries to hold the ground from afar, but this is the perfect time to turn tails and run because they need to play the game of survival. No point going in for the ego challenge of this game.
But the unfortunate part is that this happened at Sentosa. So running southwards means you're running straight into the ocean, but there's not much space for quick reactions to get to mainland without risking Udo Axis seeing them. So Shin will have to do this long march.
Oof.
He does have 3 medkits, but that's all he has to work with. Meanwhile, at Shipyard is both the Filipino Titans, both AB Radicals and Ilustrados Juegos up against one another. Ray Meow already taken out.
Ilustrados were doing better than AB Radicals a little bit earlier on, but now AB Radicals has managed to climb right back up. Not leaving Ilustrados all that too far away, so if Ilustrados does manage to win this gunfight, there's a huge potential that AV loses their position to them on the leaderboard. Good engagement by Namo. He accidentally falls down to the ground. I don't think that was planned. Now he needs to reposition as well. Ilustrados get the upper hand. They get that high ground advantage, and the bird's eye view goes to Let's Go.
Yeah, and Ilustrados Juegos can hold this position for the longest of times. AB Radical not having any intention to fight this. There is a revival point, but controlling that revival point is very, very risky. They still are able to get Raviel back into the game. Cluster's thrown out to the roof as well. Let's Go. Suffering heavy damage. The glue wall just in time to block the second nade. And it seems like AB Radicals, they are adamant in taking on Ilustrados Juegos. The third nade as well, doing a lot of chip damage to this man. And the Namo is just relentless.
He chips him again. Just not enough. Namo, he knows exactly where to aim all of that, but Let's Go is a master survivor, managing to dip and dodge away from all of those grenades as well as the clips that comes off of those explosions. Barba circles on around. AB Radicals has spent way too long out here alongside Ilustrados Juegos. Now both teams on the losing end. They're making so much of noise, but thankfully this is just the first circle that's clipping them. There's not a lot of damage that they have to tank as they do battle with each other.
Yeah, AB Radical is tired of the shenanigans from Ilustrados Juegos. In fact, McGrory going for a big wraparound, looking to catch AB Radicals off guard, but this glue wall is being a bit of a problem, blocking off entry for Ilustrados Juegos. This fight is probably going to end on the roof at Shipyard. McGrory and Let's Go just getting taken down with one pump of the shotgun from Ares. The Namu does become casualty as well, but the Ares is doing a great job. He's just playing ring around the Rosie. Barbara surviving with 1 health finally goes down, but Ares himself is taking care of the entirety of Ilustrados Juegos, even putting down the campfire. Borba is trying to save his teammate, but AB Radicals already back on their feet. 6 eliminations to start things off.
And this is one of the better ways that AB Radicals is kicking off a match for themselves. So Ilustrados, they did try, they did have the upper hand for quite a little bit, but the back-to-back pressure by AB Radicals, nade after nade, all of those tacticals expanded. And just when you thought things were going to go the way of Ilustrados, AB Radicals, they stepped the pace up once again. AB Radicals is not too far away for fighting for that #1 spot. They are just 28 points from taking that #1 spot back to their side. So 28 points more than Expand. It's going to be quite the big ask. But dude, just moments ago, we were thinking that it's too big of an ask for Farang and NC to catch up. But they're right there. 2 games to go. This is very possible, especially if AB Radicals goes back to the OG AB Radicals game mode and they go berserk in this matchup. They can break records if they want to.
Yeah, they have held records before as well, and if that really happens, then we would have a 4-way fight for first, and we couldn't have gotten any. We will not get any closer than that. Barba does get picked off though by ITX, and it seems like for the side of AB Radicals, they have no intention in contesting this. They have a buy point, so they can easily bring him back, and that's what the Namo would do.
Tactical impact. They always want to pick up as many of those elimination points as possible. Before they continue on, they do have a great advantage with the high ground. They do have a vehicle to zip around as well on this Bermuda map. Judo Axis, Ashura abandoning the vehicle just in time. You know Jump 9 was going to be able to get him off of the vehicle either way. But it is a good compound held on by TFC that is going to be pressuring the players of Judo Axis.
Yeah, TFC also have 5 eliminations under their belt already, so that's quite a big amount considering that we still have 11 teams left in this game and 42 players left alive. YAE deciding to not contest that at all, instantly just drives away. So they do leave Vegeta behind, and he does get a sneaky shot onto Jump 9. And now TFC, they're just gonna drive right in. Not really sure if that's the right idea though, Adam. What? Just support from afar, getting Vegeta down, putting it in a 1 versus 1. Miro needing to survive against Kaizo, but he does run behind the supply crate, and suddenly for Miro, he is left all alone out in the open.
This is big brain play, perfectly maneuvered around by Kizo. Takes the players, literally shoves them out of the time turner, forces them to make a mistake because they think it's going to be an easy takedown on Kizo. And out of nowhere, it's just Adam and Luffy just shoving all of them with bullets one after the other from that higher ground. Perfect play by TFC. It could have gone a little bit cleaner, but it was a phenomenal play either way. Luffy will continue to snuff out those players, and TFC still alive and kicking as we proceed on with this matchup. Sem9, this is a very much subdued Sem9 after finding out the tough way that the grand finals is going to be a very, very different monster today.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the stats. Like, average 5 kills on Bermuda, 3,000 damage. Overall, not too shabby. It's not their best map, but it's a map that they're pretty solid on. And no, this circle, absolutely brutal. You have the dam included in it as well. That's where AB Radicals have taken control. But it does cut out a lot of dry land for teams to take control of and expand. They have just met JPTNC. This is absolutely crucial.
Expand. Can they take them out the earlier time? This battle happened out there on the battlefield. Expand bit the bullet. They got ambushed by JPTNC.
Oh!
This time around, Yazid, beautiful nade onto Too Fast, the Grenadier himself. Cobra gets tagged up as well. Too Fast, look at Yazid, circles around, doesn't bother going in for the elimination, just wants to shut down X-Roy as well. X-Roy turns the tables, Yazid gets taken down. Asta finds Cobra. The team of Expand still down in numbers, but X-Roy finds Napis as well. X-Roy getting the whole team of JPTNC down, all on his own, but he needs to get out of there. There's another player from the side of Expand who's already turned tails. It's the one and only Axel, long-range specialist, but look at who's on the sideline as well. It is Yudu Axis circling around, being hunted down by Farang. This is not where you want to be, but Axel's gonna buy all of them back.
He has to buy all of them back before he goes down. Keep the team alive. Cobra is the only one that he could afford. Unfortunately, doesn't have much resources left in the tank. And for the second time, JPTNC completely crushes Expand in a full-scale team fight. Unprecedented coming into this finals. No one expected this to be the case. Axel still somehow alive, and that is good enough. Expand just needs to stay in the game.
Once again, the perfect way to take down Expand is to take out their support player Too Fast. The moment Too Fast goes down, I think the team just comes crashing in multiple ways. And this is something that they cannot afford. Cobra gets taken out, expanded in the 11th spot. This is exactly what I meant by after the third game, they are at their most vulnerable, so they have to really be patient with the way they approach these compounds. But nothing has been going their way the past 2 matches. And unfortunately, they'll go ahead to lose that #1 spot on their strongest map called Bermuda.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you just see, this is devastating, right? Last season, they were uncrowned. It seems like it would be for another season. AB Radicals getting a couple of kills, but Farang now takes on JPTNC. These two teams seeing that Expand out of the picture, jostling for that first spot. JPTNC seems to finally humble by Farang just a bit. It feels like a rock, paper, scissors. JPTNC takes out Expand, Farang takes out JPTNC, and now Farang are in full control.
Let's see if or not Team Farang can manage to pull this away from Yudu Axis as well. Farang obviously aiming for the #1 spot. And it is going to be very, very possible. TFC is going to be gatekeeping the players of Yudu Axis as well. They're going to... Kiso, what? Kiso takes himself out of the equation. That blast is a little bit too close. Can he get picked up? Unfortunately not. That's going to give the upper hand to Team Farang now, who's moving on in for the ambush.
If Farang gets taken out right now, then Expand still has a chance in the last round. The biggest task for Farang is to not surrender themselves to any teams. Make it to the last circle. TFC have 12 points already. Are they really gonna chase Farang? It seems like Luffy is gonna do it. He's gonna jump right in. finds himself sandwiched between Farang and Sem9. I think it's a horrible idea for TFC, but they have committed to it. Able to put down the glue wall just in time. Farang needs to make it out of this alive to even be in control of the standings, and TFC, with just a very poor decision, cost themselves to be knocked out.
It's just an unfortunate thing that they just couldn't decide. It was just crunch time. They had to jump out of there, and they just went and auto-clicked wherever they could find. That was just not the best of positions. Faiz, Alif, good trade back and forth between these two teams. Sem9 as well as Farang. AB Radical, slow approach from the back. It's going to be Ramiel and Aries. Ramiel running out of time though. Can he patch himself right back up? I believe he does not have the med kit. Oh, there you go. Just applied in the nick of time. And AB Radicals is going to still be alive and kicking as they move on in. But Farang can gatekeep them.
This is a very tense moment for Farang supporters. They have won a major before, but they also had the trophy eluded them for a full year. The second season of the Challenger Series and the fourth majors. They were always so close, but at the end, they couldn't cross the finishing line. And now it seems like there's an opportunity for this squad who has been on the world stage, right? We talked about there's a chance we see a repeat champion. If not AB Radicals, Farang now takes that spot. But the job is not done just yet. They need to make it to the final circle.
Farang, 7 kills already. They want another booyah. They want that back-to-back. They want to take the championship back for themselves as well. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, MCP Majors Season 3 champions, the one and only Farang Esports. They came out of nowhere, they took the championship, and now they want to rise back up to the top. And it looks like it's going to be very, very doable. What a shot! Up is down on the ground. Jembal just bagging up the players on the side of Yudu and, Geek Slate. And it looks like it is a great opportunity for Tactical Intex to chip on in and get a couple of kills there for themselves as well. Geek Slate is just sandwiched between these two titans, and there's nothing they can do.
And Farang needs to move because the circle is closing in, and that's exactly what Farang is doing. It's just they're playing Dungeon Crawler at this point. Finally running into Mikacha. Mikacha downing Fires. Farang only has 2 members left. Meanwhile, for Tactical Intex, they are also doing mad work from behind. Alif tanking their blue zone. The cluster from afar from Phoenix does just enough. Geeksley out in 4th though. Farang still in the game. The placement points are going to matter. Jembao expires finally. But I think Farang has done more than enough. Now it's between Sem9 and Tactical Intex. And Sem9 desperately needs a booyah. They only have 3 eliminations. They need every single point that they can get.
I mean, if they're going to get the booyah, they're definitely going to get those 4 elimination points to their side as well. So this is going to be a decent round for Sem9, but it was way better, if you ask me, the performance out of Farang. A little unfortunate that they circled in a little bit too slow. D-Cost very low on HP. Noki with a backstab as well. Zapnu's going to circle on around. Mikacha!
No!
Beautiful shutdown by Zapnu. Zapnu gets yet another, and it is Tactical Intex that picks up the booyah instead.
He survived with less than 5 HP, AJ. Less than 5 HP, and he won the round for his team. Sem9 just, again, cannot find a finisher when it mattered the most. For Tactical Intex, the booyah is great. They still have a long journey. They need another record-breaking round to even have a chance.
Yeah.
But they certainly took away a lot of opportunities for the teams that really wanted it. And I think the only team that is going to be happy in this position is going to be Farang.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, Orin is just smiling year to year there.
The one thing you cannot take away from him is the confidence, right? Even at his worst, he still sometimes shows off a bit of that spunk.
Yeah, probably should have been a little bit more humble. Maybe he would have been able to float at the top a little bit longer, right? But, you know, jokes aside, we love the guy. Orin is a phenomenal Free Fire player. Had to take a little bit of a break just so that he can pay school a little bit more attention. And, you know, you love that out of these players. Pro players, very young kids, and they have to make the decision as to where they want to focus. And obviously, you have to focus on your studies, right? I mean, no matter how much of money you get out of these games, no matter how much of progress you can make within the world of Free Fire, you gotta still complete your studies at the end of the day. So good on him. He's right back, and he's just trying to crawl right back up at the very same time as well. Hopefully, we see Orin back to his glory days, because you know, once that kid starts rolling, nobody can stop him.
Yeah, absolutely not. And for now, Tactical Intex, they still sit in a position where first place is out of reach, but they can definitely do some heavy damage. In this round, this map, they did just that. You know, we saw Expand, Roy working magic, almost saving his team, but JPNC once more just outmaneuvering Expand, taking Expand out, and subsequently getting eliminated by Farang, and Farang definitely having the last laugh in that situation. Even though they didn't get the booyah, I think they've done enough not to overtake both these teams. But the scary part is that their advantage isn't actually too big. It can still be flipped on its head within one final round that's going to come out later on.
And that's exactly what we were looking forward to, for the random map to be the decider as to who the champion is. And we did not want this to be an all-out, super top-heavy by one squad leading the fray, and there's no way in hell for the other teams to catch up, right? So I think this is the best way, because even the map, to a certain degree, is going to be able to help us decide exactly who we think is going to be able to rise up to the top. But that being said, though, just like what happened to Expand on their best map, you really cannot say exactly how things are going to go. You might just have a JPTNC out there rolling around trying to take you out of the equation.
Well, we are also starting to see the teams really kick it into gear, right? Because you are now running out of time. You don't have any more games to play. And the best thing you can do is really just put your heart and soul into those last couple of games. But I know all three of us are really excited to see what this final map is going to be, right? Because this map could determine the fates for some of these teams. Who goes to the Fire Sea Invitationals? Who's going to take home more money? Who's going to potentially actually lose their position? Like, I think there's going to be a team out there that may even just lose the chance to even go to the Fire Sea finals if the map is wrong. So it's such a tense moment for these teams, waiting from the referees to be informed, like, okay, this is the map that we're going to play. You've got 10 minutes to brainstorm and think what you're going to do. So, I mean, firstly, props to the teams for being able to keep it in there. Like, these grand finals, even though they're online or offline, they are mentally taxing because you're constantly thinking about what you have to do next. And the fact that, last round, I don't think any of us really expected those particular teams to make it into those final circles. It just goes to show it really is going to come down to who plays better under pressure. Oh gosh, guys, I can't believe we're almost at the end.
Tell me.
So you know what, guys, this feels like Bangkok all over again. This feels like Bangkok play-ins for Expand. They had 2 rounds where they got 0 points, and that was what kept them away from the finals. And right now, there's a potential that it keeps them out of the Sea Invitationals. If there's anything, they have been here before, and in one of the most unprecedented, unexpected manners, right? You had 3 great rounds, just like Bangkok play-ins, and you had 2 very, very underwhelming rounds.
Questionable,
and now, your qualification chances are on the line. It comes down to one last round, and it's up to the roulette.
And I think at this point is exactly where Expand has to take that prize pool, regardless of how much they get from MCP Majors Season 5, and invest it into a really good coach. Like a coach that can help them tactically as well as, analytically, to pick off exactly what needs to be done out there on the battlefield. Because these boys obviously are really, really good at the game, right? They've done very well enough for themselves, but there seems to be a fundamental issue here. If you can do super great for half of the grand finals and then kind of bomb out 2 of these rounds, those bombing out part is just unacceptable. Average rounds still acceptable, but just being taken out in the 12th spot, taken out in the 11th spot, that really needs to change if Expand wants to be the world champion one day.
Yeah, I do agree with that, because it does feel like at times I think that the pressure's really getting to them now, especially in the grand final when you're leading as well.
But I
you
still
even
believe.
mentioned, like, maybe it could be egos. Maybe they just they got too comfortable, and we all know what happens when someone gets too comfortable.
Correct.
They kind of the hunger dissipates. So we have to see if that hunger is going to be reignited, because now their position for top 2 is being contested. And can very easily be snatched away. We're going to have a look very quickly at some stats before we see the overall standings, because I think we all want to see how close this race is now, how close it is for teams to potentially make it to FFSI, and how many points teams need to potentially lose their placings. Now, I think this game is pretty standard across the board. We're not really seeing any crazy statistics out of here. Maybe just, I think this is the most knockdowns we've seen across the grand final weekend. But I mean, this game was more or less it's just standard game of Bermuda. Just we didn't expect the teams that made it to the final circle to be there. But I think our highlight for today is actually going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it might be Luffy as our MVP for this game, and it is Luffy from TFC, who managed to secure 6 eliminations on his own and also score 2,700 damage for the team with a 38% hit rate.
I think Luffy has really done well for himself, right? For a team that just got acquired by the Terengganu Football Club, debuting in this major. They went from not qualifying to finals to qualifying at the very last week, and they had some pretty big breakout rounds even in the finals. Like they might not walk away as winners, but I think they've left a very good impression moving forward as a team.
All I want to say is,
What?
If you don't know Danny, he's a big One Piece fan.
Danny's just lost. Danny's like, what?
Wait, was that from One Piece? I heard.
Yeah, AJ is a big One Piece fan. He has a big collection, honestly, of One Piece figurines. Yeah.
No wonder. Okay. No. Yeah, that makes sense. I think
the
at
world
some
came
point
together for Danny at that point. Like, what?
It's okay. It's okay. I'm used to this kind of stuff. Well, at some point I was thinking of possibly reading the manga, but that might take me a couple of years. But we'll leave that for another day. As we take a look at Tactical Intex's stats here, because of course they were the ones to grab the MVP for the round, securing 9 eliminations for themselves as a team, score 4,000 damage, and this is actually exceptional for the team. 14 assists, and also securing at 21 match points overall. I mean, this is going to push the team up, and I think the goal here for Tactical Intex is, sure, they're probably not going to make it to FFSI. I hate to be that person, but I just don't think it's possible for this team to make it up there. But the next best thing is to grab as much prize money as possible, because the higher you place, yes, you don't get top 2, but the higher you place, the more money you can invest back into the team. Or if they want to grab new phones, that's totally up to them, especially when it comes to esports teams. Just having any kind of funding just really helps to push the team forward.
You know, I wouldn't put it past Tactical Intex from actually getting this done. They just, I mean, okay, the question is, do we think that Expand stands a chance? If Expand stands a chance, then Tactical Intex by their own right stands a decent chance as well, because Tactical Intex, just like Expand, has bombed out 2 rounds, but they've had 2 other decent rounds with 1 amazing round, right? So just slightly off point in comparison to the players of Expand. So if they can have 1 crazy, massive round of Booyah right after this in the final game, just like what they did now, but just a little bit better, it might be possible. Second place is very possible.
It could, maybe. I don't know, because we also need to consider what the map is going to be. Because what were the maps that Tactical Intex sort of faltered on? Do we have the data for this?
I think
a lot of maps.
No, just for today. Just for today.
I think Purgatory is probably the map that they would struggle a bit more on.
Purgatory they got 16 earlier, so they kind of bombed out on Alpine where they got 2, and then Bermuda earlier they got 1. So clearly it's not a map issue, right? They got 1 point and then they got 21 points. So, you know, it's a team issue here. Hopefully luck is on their side as well, but obviously a lot of things need to go right.
A lot of things, not just for them. I think maybe some things have to go wrong for some teams as well to really open that door wide open. Because I think like right now we're looking at a window. We're not looking at, you know, the double-doored church doors where everyone can sort of rush in and take that spot. We're looking at that little tiny window. But I do believe we're going to take a look at the overall match standings. Husky, AJ, it's time to do the math here. How big is this gap? What are we looking for these teams to get top 2? And they're not gonna announce it. Oh, thank you.
I'll give a bit of a spoiler.
Okay,
Expand is still in 2nd place. JPTNC is 1 point behind them. Farah is definitely in 1st, and they have a double-digit lead.
Double digits.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Double digits could even mean 10, so let's not get very excited here. But look at Tactical Intex.
10 is a lot. 10 is a lot in 1 round, because you have to have the 10 to overtake, and then you have to have the points to overcompensate. Yeah.
But it is still a very, very tough final match for us to be in crazy anticipation of, because now even teams like Tactical Intex, AV Radicals, Okay, I'm going to stop there because that, if I go to Udo Axis, it's pushing it a little bit too far. Even Tactical Intex and AV Radicals can play for that second spot. Even they can get that invitation to FFSI. So that is huge, right? I mean, FFSI is like, once again, like I said, the mini Free Fire World Series. This is all of the best of the best from Southeast Asia who's going to be on in there. And I'm pretty sure, knowing Garena Free Fire, the prize pool is going to be very decent, so it's a lot to work for.
Yeah, and we have our former world champions waiting already at FFSI. Evo's Phoenix is waiting to win another trophy, so we need to send the best of the best to make it harder for them. I think they'll eventually still win, but we need to make it harder for them,
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to send them a message, right, Husky?
Yes, absolutely. You're going to send them a strong message of how far we have come as a region.
Okay, AJ's outside of the joke, but we are going to get information very soon on what this next map is going to be, because again, we still have question marks in the air. We don't know what this final map is going to be. I'm almost certain that the teams now officially know what this map has to be. Like, I don't think they're going to leave them in the dark until the very last second. They're going to give them some time to think, to prepare, to formalize their plans, because it's do or die for a lot of these teams right now, right? Because some have the goal for FFSI, some have the goal for prize money. Maybe some teams, they just want to go as far as they can. They all have different goals. But what's this map going to be? Because for some, it's going to be easy mode. For others, it's going to probably be the hardest game of Free Fire they've played in their entire lives. It's going to be a big challenge. And I think if I was them, I'd be nervous as hell. I'd be thinking, what the heck is this map?
The biggest upset definitely will come in the form of JPTNC, even making it to FFSI. I think that, judging from how they perform in the first 2 weeks of group stage and how they completely fell off towards the tail end of the group stage, coming into the finals and now in top 3, I think they have done so much more, right? Considering the fact that they were not even in the finals last season. They finished 16th in the group stage. This is a big improvement for that squad, with most of the same members still there. And if they can pull it off this one last ride, I think JPTNC is going to be in a decent spot going into the Invitationals. Because the format for FFSI is going to be even more brutal for these teams.
And I think, at the end of the day, we also owe Farang a huge round of applause for being able to fight back through everything to grab that #1 spot, right? I mean, this team has really been putting in the hustle, and it's a very different form of Farang where we saw at the league stage in comparison to the grand finals. I mean, they've really turned on the heat, and they haven't been perfect the whole day, but it's been just enough to sneak away the #1 spot.
I'm actually glad that we're seeing this semblance of consistency coming out from Farang, right? Because I think for the longest time they had the curse. I think Huskies are going to remember this, the grand final curse, where they would play well during the league stage, and then the team would just, like, someone just decided to turn off the engine for the airplane and they just crashed. So I'm really happy to see that the team, I don't know what it is that they've done, but they've done something to really pick the pieces up. But speaking of picking up the pieces, we're going to also continue to try and pick up viewers here, because we are still aiming for this 8,000 viewer milestone. Guys, I know we can do it. We've hit 6,000 so far, and we have already given away the code for the first 2 rewards, but we want to give you the last one so badly. So again, if you haven't already, share the code with your friends, your families, and even just some of the random people you play with on Free Fire. We want to hit the milestone, so let's try and do it. Share the stream if possible, like it as well to help share this onto your timelines or whatever social media that you have. Let's try and hit it together as a community. And again, thank you all so much for joining us for the grand finals this weekend for the MCPS Majors Season 5. It has been a pleasure being able to display all of these amazing games to you, because if it wasn't for you guys, the community for Free Fire, we wouldn't have these tournaments. We wouldn't have these goodies to give away. So thank you again for spending the time with us to watch these games, because hopefully we want to do this for many more years to come.
No, I'm sure there's going to be many more years. We have done this for more than 2 years, which is crazy, right? Like how things started in the first major 2 years ago until now. But I think it's time, Danny. I think it's time for us to find out where we're going to head to for the last map.
And they're going to do the map select here. So let's see what the map is going to be. It's Alpine! Oh, Oh, gentlemen, I think this is going to be an uh-oh moment for some of these teams because we know some teams just struggle on Alpine.
I mean, the last time we went into Alpine, Expand, right now, Expand, they are pumped. Expand is ecstatic. Expand, they know they're going to get that #1 spot, but I really want to make sure that they remember that mistakes are not going to be forgiven. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants it equally as bad as they do. And it's also a perfect opportunity for Ilustrados Juegos to continue climbing up, to be also one of the flag bearers for the side of Philippines, to prove that they can do it on this level.
I think Lady Luck did her best to put Expand in this position, and a couple other teams who are good on Alpine, they have to seize this opportunity, right? If this doesn't work out, then nothing else will. So it couldn't have gone any better. I think, even if you try to script the whole thing, you will not go to Alpine for the last map. This is the one final chance for Expand.
Production, can we just cut that whole segment from Husky? Because I'm afraid we might be in cursing territory here. Husky, please take your words back right now. I don't know how you're going to do it. But we are here for game number 6 for the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 5 Grand Final. We're going to find out in 20 seconds who is going to potentially take the booyah, and for the next 2 teams to get the slot for Free Fire S. I'm going to throw it over to our amazing casters, AJ and Husky. They're going to walk us through this game, they're going to hype us up, and they're going to also tell us and crown the champions of the MCPS Majors Season 5. Gentlemen, take it away for game number 6.
Thank you very much, Danny. This is the final match of the day, game number 6, and we drop on into the cold lands of Alpine. Earlier on, when we did take a quick look into Alpine, it was Expand bagging the 12 eliminations as well as the booyah for 24 points. But that was not the record-breaking run because they were quickly outdone by Farang in Nextera. But if they do manage to do exactly that, Expand is gonna be your champion. This is the game where it's all out for the taking. Anybody can get it out of the top 6, Husky.
Absolutely, and I do not like what I'm seeing. Expand, whenever Expand gets put in a tough spot, they switch up their drop spot, and this time it's gonna put them at base camp, and that's where Farang is. That was the team that they need to take out. Maybe it's part of Expand's plan. If they put themselves with the territory of 2 of the teams that have a very, very good chance of eliminating them, but EXO just cuts down Jembo. Maybe this is a message that Expand wants to send. But we have maybe Radicals on screen as well, duking it out with quick reactions in this high tier loot zone. It's basically all out bloodbath, and Todak decides to show up to the party uninvited, and AMZ even takes out Ares. It's a bit of a explosive start for a few of these teams that I personally would have expected, but definitely not out of the front runners. Spark still adamant to get rid of Namo, who is basically alone on that second floor, and Chill should be able to get this knockout. But man, what an opener!
Oh, Toda losing 2 players both at the same time. Maybe Radicals crashing down at the very same time as well. This is just all going to naught. Amy Radicals out in the 12th spot, and the champions of MCP Major Season 4 are down and out already. So you know there's not going to be no back-to-back titles coming on through. Even a little bit earlier on, it looked like it was already impossible based on the way AB Radicals was playing the whole of the Grand Finals. Geeks Lane out in the 11th spot. Looks like we are on double time on Alpine.
Absolutely. This is exactly what I expected, right? The teams that really have nothing to lose at this point, they're not going to qualify. They're just going to do damage. We still have one more team that can be a 2P champion, and that team is Farang. And early on, we did see Expand, instead of dropping their common spot, which is Forest Red, they dropped straight into Farang and JPT and C, seemingly bloodthirsty, the bloodlust to look for revenge on their best man.
Whoa.
God has handed this over to Expand. So far, they're off to a good start, getting 2 eliminations.
And Expand knows exactly what's happening here, because if you do the calculations, the teams that can replace Expand in that #1 spot or can make sure they are not the champions, is these two teams, right? Farang as well as JPDNC. So the decision making here is sound for Expand. The execution just needs to be super solid, and they need to make sure retaliation is not going to be possible from these squads. JPDNC still alive and kicking. A quick revival being brought on through. I believe that was a vending machine revival as TFC continues to circle on around to look for their next defensive position.
Yeah, and most importantly is that Farang needs to go, right? And if it's in the hand of Expand, that would be a big bonus. The dangerous thing is if Farang makes it to top 3 in terms of placement, because this is a team that has heavy kill volume. So if they make it top 3, they would probably scrape by with enough points to win the championship. So that's something that Expand needs to keep in mind. You talked about the execution. It has to be flawless. So many things that Expand needs to manage within just a span of 15 minutes, and that is not much time.
It's not much time at all, and it looks like that's exactly what they need to do. I mean, so, push comes to shove. You already messed up the past 2 rounds, so you have to hustle in the final one. And it looks like they're doing exactly that. But like you said, Husky, they cannot afford any sort of mistakes whatsoever. JPDNC, 4th player right back in here. And it looks like Expand still wants to tease them. Very close quarters in terms of the proximity with each other. But I believe there's just no line of sight just yet for Expand to strike with that first bullet. Tactical Intex, they circle around. They still want to abuse this vending machine as much as possible. Team Expand getting tagged up. And I believe it's Ilustrados Juegos who are chipping in terms of that damage. Let's see if or not the players of Farang can reposition and find a better spot for themselves here. It looks like Alif's going to be left all alone for the time being. Quick reactions, quick repositioning as well. Just a couple of meters away from Team Toda as they proceed on towards this vending machine. It is going to be an opportunity for them, but AMZ turns around. Woodpecker straight to the head, shin down on the ground. This is going to make them expand a little bit of the resources, but more importantly, it's going to force them to slow down on the chase. And Toda gets away into a snowfall. This is exactly what you want if you're Team Toda. The 2 players who were down and out are already brought back in as well. Right behind them stands Farang. Farang's not looking too great at all at this point, Husky. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There seems to be a little bit of a disconnection here. We've lost Husky's sexy voice, but he will be back with us in a little bit. I'll accompany you guys on this final match as long as possible whilst we wait for our brother to join us right back. Toda, quick reposition by AMZ. Tactical Intex onto the right-hand side. A very sticky situation to get caught in here. And Toda just brought back 2 players into this matchup. And it looks like they are going to have to circle around quickly as Chill finds Spade. Farang now getting tortured a tad bit. Farang, I believe that is the 2nd player for themselves to lose. Tactical Intex goes up against Toda. AMZ caught out in the open. But this one was a long time coming because of the distance he was away from the rest of his team members. It's going to be Tactical Intex as well. The players of Toda, 2 players outside of the circle. Pedro circles away. He's going to be the lifeline if in case Spark does not manage to make it out of there. And we have got our man Husky right back in here with us. Husky, it's a crazy match, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's been looking absolutely mad so far. Even with my slight disappearance, I can still feel the absolute tempo that some of these teams are playing at. Look at Expand taking on JPTNC once more, but they might be a 3rd party nearby, and this is where Expand needs to be careful to not go into that overheat mode, because that is going to be what kills them eventually. But maybe Toda can put a stop to Farang.
Let's see if or not Toda can deal with Farang. They've already managed to snuff out that 1 player a little bit earlier on, which Farang dealt with really quickly, bringing those revivals right back through Spade and Gemball. But the problem here is not a lot of loot on both of these players that just got brought back. Jambal, fantastic time turner, a timely one as well, no pun intended. Spark out of nowhere.
No!
But Jambal takes himself out with a too close of a proximity of an explosion that clips the blue wall, puts him down onto the ground, and then gives the advantage now to Team Toda. Fires with a charge buster. Pedro down on the ground as well. A very timely attack. And now here comes the flurry of attack from the players on the side of Toda. It's a 3v3. Fires really low. Charge buster can still deal that damage, but he's managed to maneuver around very quickly, and Fai still gets yet another player down, but Spark quickly trades him out. Aimsy's gonna be picked right back up, but this is a big win coming through for Team Toda. And out of nowhere, JPTNC, they are helping to finish off Farang.
And Farang, they are now on the last leg as well. This is a good opportunity for Expand if they can trade it with JPNC and take them out, but they gotta get through U2 Axis first, so this is the first big fight for Expand. U2 Axis on the assault. Head first, diving straight into Expand. They both trade 1-for-1 so far. Cobra still standing. Ashura gets him out of the way. U2 Axis, they all are very low, and Expand now has a chance. Whoever wins this gets to revive the entire team. Absolutely crucial. Extra once more pulling weight. Expand stays alive.
Not only do they stay alive, they claim all of those elimination points. 6 elims now to their side. 6 points. You want to be able to get as many as possible as you get towards the end of the matchup. Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, any one of the top 6 teams can get that invitation to FFSI. But more importantly, the question is, who's going to be crowned the champions of the MCP Majors Season 5? And it looks like Expand is going to be able to pick up their very first title after a long time, Husky.
There's a very good chance because Spade is completely trapped up here. Even if he gets the booyah, somehow miraculously gets a booyah or a second place, it is not going to give them too much of an advantage. If Expand can pull off that monstrous round, I think we are going to see them win the whole title, right? And of course, the contender JPTNC is still in the picture. That now becomes the biggest threat for Expand. But if there's any time for Expand to really show up huge, this is that map. So far, they've been doing fantastic. We talked about if whoever wins that earlier team fight gets control of the revival point and a vending machine, Expand has all the resources that they need for the final phase.
And I believe Expand is the team that was running from base camp, which means Sunside, where Spade was earlier on. This is going to be the opportunity for Expand themselves to put Farang out of the equation before they aim for that #1 spot again. And Spade is nowhere close enough to any one of those revival points. Those vending machines are a little bit far off as well. The one at Carousel is going to be closed off in a couple of seconds if Spade just kind of hangs around a little bit too long. But even if Spade does hang around for quite a little bit, the possibility of them becoming champions is still high. The possibility of them being in that second spot is still high. Because remember, Husky, you pointed out earlier, there was a double-digit lead that Farang had over Expand, who was in that second spot. We're not going to tell you guys the exact number, but it was a pretty solid lead. Jump 9 out of nowhere, snipes Oren out of the car, puts him out of the equation as well. Now, see, that's what overconfidence gets you as well.
Yeah, JPTNC finally racking up just 1 elimination. So you compare it to Expand still in a comfortable lead. But now JPTNC, they have to cross this bridge. Very deadly. You have 2 teams already duking out with one another. And it's going to be Todak and Tactical Intact. And Todak walking off forward. Pedro right in the face of Zimnu. And Kizo from behind will be able to support him adequately. ITX losing members already. And it seems like JPTNC deciding whether they want to push on forward, and so far they are still scouting out kind of the layout of this map. And Farang is gone.
Farang's out. No championship for them. And I believe no invitation to FFSI as well, the way teams like JPT, NC, as well as Sem9 are looking, because there wasn't a huge difference in terms of points. They just need a solid round. They need to get into that final circle. But as I'm talking about Sem9, Kwachi makes quick of Raja. Raja down and out of the equation already. Noki down on the ground as well. Kwachi single-handedly putting all of them players down on the ground. And it looks like Sem9 needs to work really hard. And Mikacha out of nowhere jumps straight in front of Nice Irene. Nice Irene snipes him out. And it looks like Fikri, the savior of the team, is the final guy who does have to save them. But look who else steps in. TFC out of nowhere have dropped by to see if or not they can chip in. And Quick Reactions instead drops by to see if they can distract. But it is still an elimination. Sem9 is out as well.
And JPTNC gets knocked out. This could not have been any perfect for Expand. You said earlier on, when Expand won, got those good rounds, you say God has a favorite. I think we know who God's favorite is in this major right now. Expand. It's been a long time coming. Now they're guaranteed a minimum of a 6th place finish in this round. If they make it to the last circle, I think it is very, very fair for us to say that the Uncrowned will finally be kings by the end of this major. We just need to see Expand see it through.
I think this is a done deal already, but I tell you what, you were most definitely right when you said God surely has a favorite, and all they needed to do was believe and put in the hard work. A good cluster from up top of that roof. Quick reactions is gonna get pressured. Ilustrados Juegos need to back away. Nade responds by Nice Irene, does not clip the guy up on top, and Let's Go instead finds Jump 9 out of nowhere, and McRory downs in as well. Quick reactions, 2 teams being taken on by Ilustrados. This is a tall task for them, but it looks like Ilustrados are doing a fantastic job.
And Toda gets wiped out, and Quick Reactions also goes down. Ilustrados Juegos with 9, and they have not lost anyone. Tactical Index goes out. I think you're right, AJ. I think it's a done deal. We can almost already celebrate this moment, but let Expand savor the very last of this, right? They have overcame all of the hardships. They have been in this position for so many times, and it's so rewarding to see them finally overcome that inner demon, the nightmare that they've been living for more than a year. And they are most certainly going to win this major, right? The Kings finally gets what they deserve.
I do not want a booyah from Expand. I want a record-breaking booyah from Expand to recover a little bit of that grace loss from those past 2 matches. Yes, they can be champions, but can they absolutely wreck the competition? 2 more teams in here. It looks like the record-breaking run is not going to be possible, but Ilustrados Juegos are putting up one final fight. This was the team. Remember, I mentioned it was Expand as well as Ilustrados who do really well on Alpine. And surprisingly enough, they're both in the final circle together, full squad, taking each other on. And no matter what Ilustrados does from this point, and it's not gonna matter anymore already. 1 player down. It is too fast. And this is the kryptonite for Team Expand. But he gets picked right back up, and Too Fast wants to deliver that nade right back up. McRory charges one up as well. Can he toss that nade in on time? He does go in for that toss, but gets clipped at the same time as well.
And Expand looking for the final push. Ilustrados Juegos, the last stand in this fortress. McRory with a good one onto X-Roy. They should be able to pick him back up. The glue wall's still there. 6 more. X-Roy picked up, goes down again. Expand systematically closing the distance. The Shanks now running forward in a 1 versus 1. Gets the takedown. Too Fast on the floor. Cobra and Axo trying to keep Expand in the game. And now he's all down to Cobra. He cannot do it. Ilustrados Juegos with the final booyah to close out the finals, the grand finals of the MCPS Majors Season 5. But Expand done more than enough. Uncrowned no more.
Ilustrados Juegos stepping up onto the battlefield. Final game claims the booyah for themselves. The pride of the Philippines, not just AB Radicals, not just Quick Reactions. Ilustrados Juegos, they show that they're not just alive, but they are here to play some of the best games in their lives. Now let's see if or not they can continue to push this on all the way through into the future MCPS competitions as well, because of course the FFSI invitation is not going to be possible for them, but this game has shown us that this team is very much still alive.
Yeah, just a very heartwarming ending, I think, for Ilustrados Juegos. They know that the journey ends here for now. We gotta wait for that off-season to end before we might see them again. But this performance really showed how far the region has come as a whole. We will not have any Philippines representative for FFSI, but they have been there before. This is the first time we see all the Filipino representatives in the grand finals of a major, and they sure put up heck of a performance, even though they were not at the top at the very end.
And Farang, after picking up so many of those valuable points, this I mean, of course, the nerves will get to you, right? And they barely had eliminations when they took on Toda. So that's going to be really, really painful for them. Because like you pointed out earlier, the double-digit lead that Farang had over Expand, I'm going to reveal that now. It was only 13 points. And looking at the number of eliminations that Expand got in that final round, you know that Farang's not going to be in that number one spot already. But the biggest question is, of course, going to be, will Farang be able to keep that second spot? Does anybody else replace them in that second place? Because it's going to be big, Husky. The invitational to the Free Fire Sea Invitational is a huge deal for a lot of these brands.
Honestly, I think, Farang was like 13 points ahead of Expand, right? And they are 14 points ahead of JPT NC, which is not going to make it. The team with the highest chance probably Ilustrados Juegos, who got the Booyah and had double-digit eliminations. But the problem is have they done enough? I don't really think so. I feel like it would be close, but not enough. And Farang, probably the lifeline was just them having a good round towards the tail end of the grand finals before Alpine. But overall, for Farang, they might not be getting the 2P champions, but getting to FFSI is the bare minimum. I think that itself is enough for them.
Danny. Oh, Danny. How are you doing, Danny?
Dude, that was such a tense ending. I was actually sitting there thinking like, oh my god, if Ilustrados Juegos somehow managed to claw their way into second place, I think that would have been an amazing feat, because not only do they pull off a Booyah, I think it's 14 kills.
Oh yeah. Before
that round alone.
I want to quickly say, Danny, I didn't curse anyone. See, like I said, expand one. Okay, I did not.
See, this guy explaining himself. He knows he curses people. If you don't do something, you don't need to explain it.
Let that one slide, Husky. She has a point.
It's vindication. Okay, it's vindication. After 2 years of getting slandered on broadcast, I have finally proven that the team that I call to win a major has won a major. Thank you very much.
If for 2 years it's been said and proven, then it's not slander, Husky. It's just pointing out the obvious.
I didn't say
Think about it.
I'm debunking this slander. Okay, I'm debunking
Consistency is key, my friend.
Oh gosh. Look, I mean, when all that's said and done, right, we're all here because we want to see who is going to represent our region at the Sea Invitationals. And I really, really, really want to know who ultimately makes it, because this wasn't a case of just like, oh, it's just the two top runners racing against each other for first place. It was, there was a race for first place, but there was also a big race for top two, and there were easily 6 teams that could have potentially taken it. We only saw that gap really close after game 5, right? Then game number 6 rolls around, and then we had the Russian roulette. Alpine, of all the maps, ends up being chosen.
This is the closest grand finals that we had so far. I think when you look at past majors, right? No major finals had ever come so close. When you look at season 4, the one that AB Radicals won, Expand came in second, right? They both qualified for the World Series. And then you look at third place, it was what, 252 for second and 188 for third place. It was not even close. So I think again, we have evolved as a region across all these majors, and this is the closest it has ever been.
Also because we only had 6 matches. So.
That is true. But it could have been way more, definitive, right? By the third
match. If Expand had not bombed out those 2 rounds, it would have been super definitive by the end of game 4.
Well, I mean, people still fight for that second spot. So it wasn't just like, who's going to be the champion. Like, sure, whatever champion. Everyone really wants to know who's top 2, right? And at this point, we still don't know who's going to take that second spot yet, because they decided to hide the stats from us last game, which I was very disappointed about, but I should have expected at this point, because it always happens. So whilst that's being calculated, let's just sort of run through what happened in that final game. In match number 6, here's the overall stats so far. So 49 total eliminations, which is quite low. Is it the lowest for today?
Let's talk about the revivals instead, because that will show us how ruthless, how absolutely deadly the teams were out there. You get the knock, you're following that up quickly with the elimination as well, because everybody knew every single point accumulated makes them move up the leaderboard, right? I mean, you're talking about a point difference between teams, about 4 or 5. You can count that on one hand. So one good round by anybody pushes them up or down that leaderboard, right? So everybody was really chugging it out. And unfortunately, the total eliminations has to be stuck at 49 because as quickly as they were eliminating, none of the other players were were able to revive quickly enough for more of the eliminations to be available.
Yeah. I mean, we did get a number of rescues, but ultimately, right, you want revived because that's more people to kill. More people to kill means more points that go around and another opportunity for someone to potentially snake their way into that second place. 87 glue walls. I mean, this is a big improvement compared to like what, 54 something, 50-ish glue walls that we had for Bermuda in that last game. Oh, sorry, that was I think on Nexterra. Nexterra had the lowest glue wall count. But we are going to switch on over to our MVP for the round. I do believe it's going to be McRory, who carried the 6 kill eliminations that round, meaning he held the highest kills for the final game, doing 2,000 damage for the team and with a 33% hit rate for this player. I mean, McRory, if you've been following the Free Fire scene for as long as Husky and I and AJ have, McRory, he's a mainstay. I think this guy has been around forever, and I'm surprised that he hasn't deteriorated. I think, yes, he had a period where he was great, but this guy's keeping up. He hasn't fallen off.
From the days of Supreme Assault Forces, right? That was one of the first teams from the Philippines that really showed us what Free Fire is all about. One of the more methodical and solid ones. And afterwards, your PhD Radicals. But I think SAF left a very good impression in the very start of our MCP Major back then. And right now, to see some of the players going into other teams and still putting up good performances, I think it's a good sign, right? It warms everyone else.
I mean, I'm just glad to see this guy sort of sticking around
because
it's so he's still there. And the great thing about having one of the older players as well, who's been around for forever, is that he is going to be a very big pillar for the newer blood, the newer talent to come into the scene, because he can pass his teachings on to his teammates so that they can get better and that they can learn from all the lessons and mistakes that he's made throughout his career. I think it's one of the reasons why sometimes you see these really young prodigies come through because they just had the right mentor. And I think, AJ, you sort of mentioned this earlier on with Expand, Expand, they've got a couple issues. If the right coach, the right person comes by that can help guide that team, that can elevate them to that next level.
Yeah, because, sometimes in the moment, you're just a little bit too heated. You need someone else with a sound mind who really knows the game to be able to just kind of guide some of your decision making on the battlefield, right? Farang has that on their side. Teams like Toda most definitely have that on their side. But let's take a look at the illustrious record here by Ilus Juegos. 26 points racked up. They were on fire in this match.
They were on fire, but in my heart, I'm kind of hoping, did this team sneak their way into second place? And I think a lot of other people are thinking the same thing. I didn't count. I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to guess. I'm hoping. A lot of other people out there are hoping, but then there are other people out there hoping as well, okay, so how about the people that are cheering for Farang, for Sem9, some of these other teams that had been mainstays on the top of that leaderboard for such a long time. Is it enough? Is it enough?
I think I'm going to make an assumption here based on quick math that Farang is going to be extremely disappointed because, in old school fashion, they have been defeated by Expand to be the champions of MCPS Majors Season 5 just by a couple of points.
Yeah.
But Farang may have been able to hold on to that number 2 spot though.
Maybe.
I already know the differential between these two teams, but when it gets revealed, I think it's going to be a massive heartbreak for a team like Farang because Expand is not a monstrous round for them. It's kind of another day in the office for Expand, but I would say literally they have done just enough.
Yep, and we have the standings here. So 4 teams are currently hidden, but we're going to start from the bottom up, gentlemen. So in 12th place, we have Geek Slate with 33 points. Quick Reactions in 11th place with 45. Udo Axis in 10th place with 46. Todak in 9th with 48. AB Radicals, TFC Esports. We're getting the countdown here. Illustrators, Juegos, Sem9 in 5th. In 4th place, it's Tactical Intex with 64 points.
This is
Okay, prediction. Who's in number 3?
JBT NC, I think.
I actually think NC as well.
Yeah.
It is NC. It is JBT NC. I mean, they could have done a little bit better if they didn't bomb out in one of those rounds. Just 14 points from overtaking Farang, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 68 points. They wrap up in that number 3 spot. So FFSI is going to be anticipating 2 titans in the name of Expand as well as Farang. But who got that number 1 spot? And how heartbreaking was it for the one and only Farang?
There it is.
3 points, baby.
3
I told you.
points. They just... Oh,
And
you know, if
this started...
I wonder what Farang was feeling in the moment when they got knocked out.
You know what they lost in? They lost in placement points. They lost out in placement points. Expand won because they had 3 more points in terms of placement, right? And remember, this is a team that got 0 points for 2 rounds straight.
Yeah.
And
So, that's
no
not right.
protection.
That's not right.
That's not-
Hold on. We're gonna fix
I
this.
am
Okay,
right.
never mind. Let me do it. Hey!
Okay, yeah, DJ.
The one and only Expand!
That's the announcement. There we go.
Thank you very much. But yes, such a proud moment. I feel very proud for them. I know AJ is very proud as well. He's donning the jersey, but this team come a long, long way. Like denied the championship last major by 7 points, and now they won by a 6-point differential. And you can see that.
Oh yeah.
Finally, right? Finally, everyone gets the taste of winning a trophy. Cobra has been there, but not the rest of the team, and now they're all in it together, heading to FFSI.
And what he's doing right there, what he's doing on screen right there is exactly what champions are supposed to do. Give thanks, baby. You worked hard for it, but this is a blessing from up above. These boys 100% deserve the victory. They worked extremely hard for it, and finally Expand can call themselves the champion of the region. MCPS Majors Season 5 title bagged. And they deserve it. And you see that hashtag on their shirt, the most marwa, that is reclaiming your honor.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's exactly what Expand has done. They've reclaimed their honor for sure. And the next step, Fire Sea Invitationals. They just got to do it all over again.
Yeah, don't stop here, right, AJ? I think that's a great thing for them to work towards. Can they win the Sea Invitationals though, Husky? Because that's such a big ask.
I just want to say, Cobra, turn down the flare because we can't see anything.
I can't read it either.
But yeah, I mean, this hashtag, this hashtag could have been like perfect, right? This storyline built for so long, and here they are. They're gonna head to FFSI as the champions of Season 5. But if you look back to the entire journey of how they started, and they came in their first ever debut on a competition, they didn't do too well. They were like bottom 10 or something. And the next major, they got into second, and right now they're in first place. And they've overcame the biggest obstacle, right? Which is tripping at the very last lap. This time, they barely dragged themselves over the finishing line. And business is not done. They gotta keep it going because FFSI, that's where the Titans are. We have former world champions. We have their Kryptonite from Vietnam, which is Team Flash. All the best teams from the region of SDA will be there.
It's better to learn the lesson of falling a little bit earlier, especially in a totally different competition, rather than learning it the hard way at FFSI a little bit later on. This is the issue with Expand, the issue of consistency. We know they can really win some big matches. We know if push comes to shove, they can really hustle out there, but it cannot be a situation where they're at the very top and then absolutely biting off nothing off of matches. Those 0-point rounds, they need to find a solution for it before FFSI, and they've got a decent amount of time to do that. What, 2-3 weeks before that happens? So it is very doable if they put their minds to it.
Yeah, I think at this point you've got to start working hard.
Yeah.
You know, you now have this money to also fund and back whatever thing you want to sort of improve on as well, right? Like, as you said, I'm not sure if they're watching the English stream. I mean, maybe the team was probably going to ask you for advice on how to spend that money, AJ. But I would
They have
love
to bring me out for
see
dinner.
this team.
That's how they spend it.
Actually, that's a good one.
And
But
they're
I would
definitely tuning into the English broadcast.
Yeah, they definitely
I
are.
would also love the idea of a coach, though. I do think that was such a great idea for the team because it does feel like they need that bigger figure to sort of help guide them in the areas that they struggle in. Because especially when you're playing as a player, you are going to see the game much more differently than someone that's looking at it from the outside. The people looking from the outside aren't going to be as emotionally invested because sometimes when you're playing in esports, your emotions can really take over, and you need to play logically at times. You can't let your emotions get into your head. So we'll have to see if Expand are going to be looking into getting that coach. But in the meantime, if you didn't know, we have the Booyah Buzzer happening tonight, or actually right now. It's actually already started, up until 8 p.m. at ESI Hub Space Rubik. So guys, if you are not doing anything tonight, come on down, come meet some of the talent, including AJ and Husky. These two guys are going to be here. Meet some people that are also playing Free Fire. Maybe you can make some new friends and start scrimming with some of them. And I'm just going to continue with the storyline. You know, I want a team to come out of this bazaar. I want them to come next year, and I want them to be on the stream and say, we entered Free Fire because I met these people at the Booyah Bazaar.
Absolutely. And of course, just to get you guys even more excited, there's a diamond giveaway at the Booyah Bazaar. So if you want some diamonds, head there right now. Like right now. We still have some time.
Yeah, it's open right now.
Right now. The moment this broadcast goes down, I will show up at the bazaar. So if you want your diamonds, you better get there before I do.
In
or
fact,
maybe you should message Husky.
Husky's casting from right outside the location of the bazaar. He's like hiding in the toilet. So you can expect him there any second now.
Yes.
He'll pop out at any moment. Oh my goodness. But yeah, make sure you go. It's going to be plenty of fun. There's a lot of activities there. And also, if you can, meet some people. You know, sometimes you're going to find your partner, your best friend that's going to play Free Fire with you in the most unlikeliest of places. So have some fun. I hope you guys do enjoy yourselves tonight because I think it's going to be an amazing event. And you know, maybe, just maybe, some of the players are going to be there tonight. Maybe you can meet some of your idols that competed. I think some of them will come down to say hello. So not just their friends, but maybe even engage with some other fans. I think that would be such a wholesome thing if they do have the time to do it. But AJ, Husky, it's been amazing working with you guys again. And I'm also sad because the show's over, the games are over, we're happy we've crowned a champion, but it means we have to say goodbye.
Yeah, I can tell you that the crowd at the watch party will be very happy because last major I was there with them and they were devastated when Expand got second. I can only imagine how loud the cheers would be, you know, after the results just now. But I'm excited for FFSI already. There's so much more to come.
I mean, I'm equally as delighted, right? But more than delighted, I think the reason why the grand finals was this exciting was because of Garena themselves. I mean, changing it into a one-day format, just 6 matches to get it all done, plus you've got a random map at the very end. Nobody knows exactly what's going to come through, right? And of course, Lady Luck just happened to be on Expand side this time round, but it's not going to be that way all the time, which is the perfect warning for some of these teams to really buck up before the next stage.
All right, AJ, Husky, thank you so much for the amazing cast today. You guys did a wonderful job. Hopefully, I might see some of you guys at FFSI. But in the meantime, that's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. We'll catch you during the next Free Fire tournament that's going to be happening in the future. But have a great weekend, and may you have many more booyahs to come. See you, survivors.